I'm on Twitch. You can do it.
There we go. Hey, Stinky, I can't entertain you right now. Yes, I know. But you played here. Go give me your toy. Give me your toy. I don't mind. I don't mind. This one's more talking than it is me actively clicking on different areas and different things and scrolling through web pages. Also, put this down. Yes. Love the floof. Love it. Love the floof.
Oh my gosh.
What's up?
I was saying, I am over dealing with people today.
Yeah. No more peoples. It is time to talk about gaming. Because we're gamers. It's nerf or nothing.
Quite honestly, to be 100% honest, when they say nerf or nothing, that is that cannot be a true statement because everything else just kind of sucks.
Well, because what? As far as like what nerf actually provides, there's nothing. Like, what other companies do? Not no fucking soft shooting. I don't know what the actual term is. Like, it's its own term where it's just nerf guns, nerf shooting.
Yeah, like dart guns. That's what.
Thank
like,
you.
Yeah, dart guns. Like Nerf just does it in a way that other people just can't compete. Like I've seen a couple people come close, but Nerf always just goes, "Hold up, you see what you're doing there, Sonny? Let me really show you how it's done."
Right.
Like the company that was doing dart guns for a while that had actual bolt action. You know, like, oh, that's cool and all. That's cool and all. And Nerf's like, yeah, hold up. Let me really show you how this is done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna restart. I'll be right back.
Yeah. How are you doing over there, Hive?
Doing okay.
Nice. I'm glad to hear that. You ready to tell us all about your time growing up as a little youngin? Let's see. And then of course, if we do have anyone else who joins in last minute, they're always more than welcome to.
Okay, open. Nope, not open. I need new scene.
Also, today's topic is definitely going to be a little bit more loose. I want to say is the term, like, because before whenever we talked about like our D&D topics, cause it's very much like straightforward. Today, it could meander, could go off a little bit.
Kind of the point, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right.
What do I want to do? I'm gonna do can't. Nope. Handle. Handle first. Can I do this the way I'm thinking about doing it? Probably not. I don't know.
Let's see. I'll still wait because I know we have another person who's just getting their stuff reset. Stinky. I cannot entertain your dog wonder ways.
Are you not entertained?
No, she's like looking away from me whenever I'm not directly playing with her. But whenever I'm like, "What, you want to play?" Then she'll like give me all the attention in the world. Oh, here, what? Do you want to come up here? All right, fine. You get to join here, and you get to listen to Dad's old days when he was a baby. He was like your age. In the long years of early 2000, before any decades came.
Guys are young.
I know, right? When I was young, but a baby face, no beard, nothing.
I can hear that. And,
All right, but looks like our timer is just about up, and let's go ahead and get today started. Welcome everyone to Nerdy Talk with XenoLich, where a little bit of a different thing. Before we've done more tabletop and D&D focused topics, and so today we're taking a little bit into the past, going to take a little bit of our nostalgia, and we're actually talking about growing up gaming. When I'm referring to that, I'm talking about, like, you know, what were things that were in your childhood that were just big for you, maybe how they affected you and so forth. And just before we really dive too much further into it, allow me to go ahead and introduce our wonderful guests today. As always, we have Skittles here, who you would all know from our Saturday games.
Hello.
We have Hive, who you'd all know from our Tuesday games. And we have Maniacal, who you would also know from our Saturday games.
hello.
And so, today, I think one of the best ways to kind of get the thing rolling is a simple question. What was your guys' first video game? Just kind of getting the ball rolling. Also, when I ask this question, I'm not talking about what was your first quote unquote real video game. I mean, like, you know, what was the little like was it money making indie game that they didn't know how like video games were made back then type of game. Whereas for me, it was like I started with the PlayStation, PlayStation 1, and it was some SpongeBob game that I ended up starting with. I'll look it up right now. But what about you guys? No, not Battle for Bikini Bottom. Like we're talking like
We're talking. Oh, if it's the PlayStation 1.
if it's PlayStation, I think this is it. Where it's just
The first Battle for Bikini
SpongeBob
Bottom.
Super Square. Oh, that was like fucking
Yeah.
I can't remember.
yeah. Here we go. Okay, SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge. Yeah, it's like really weird, really yeah, where you like jump around, you'd collect like these like golden spatulas, and like the game was just it was like a platformer, but at the same time it kind of was like horribly played. Like I remember never getting past like a specific stage, ever, just because young tiny kid brain didn't know how to work things.
I think for me, my first game, and this is like the one I can remember, it was at a laundromat with my mom, and I remember asking her what a big looking cabinet thing was, and she told me that's an arcade game.
Okay.
And we went over and started playing it, and what that game was Mortal Kombat. So I was about 3-ish, and my mom was teaching me how to play Mortal Kombat on its original arcade cabinet.
Oh,
I
man.
was too afraid of the standee of Quan Chi to play Mortal Kombat. It scared me. So I never went towards it. So.
Okay. Well, here. What about you? What about you, Hive? What was your first one?
My first game that I can remember playing was GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64. So.
Okay, I like. And I mean, you know, before we delve further into what it was about our first video games and our first, I guess, experiences with it. What about you, babe? What was your first video game?
It was a Nintendo Entertainment System. I think it was it's one of those cartridges that had two in it, so it had the Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt.
Oh, okay. And so,
Right.
nice little entourage. We got an arcade. We got GoldenEye. And you said it was for PlayStation. You said, Hive?
No, Nintendo 64.
N64. We got the NES, and we got the PlayStation. Different ways, different companies, except for two of them that came from the same one. But regardless, I want to hear a little bit more about. Let's start with the one that I guess was the oldest of those four, the arcade. How do you feel like that affected? How do you feel like that was having that be your first video game, Maniacal? Also, as well, everyone, JTR is here. We'll have him introduce his first video game after we hear a little bit from Maniacal.
Okay. So, so what affected me about that is it taught. So, affecting me with an arcade cabinet for my first video game experience, I didn't just, stumble into the video game world. I actually learned a lot about like what a community was, because not everyone had like a console, but everyone can go and play an arcade cabinet,
Mm-hmm.
which just reminds me of like I'd be there like this little 4-year-old playing Mortal Kombat, and I'd have like 16-year-olds and stuff going like, "Hey, should you be playing this?" And I'd be like, "My mom's over there, and she's the one who taught me how to play." And they're like, "Well, you want to play against us?" And I just remember always playing with these older kids at an arcade cabinet, and they were just like, "Oh, this guy just knows how to play katana." It would just be like dumb shit, like it's this little kid who's like he knows how to actually play by the character.
Okay. And now, question: did you actually know how to play one of the characters, or was it one of those? This kid, oh man, it's a younger kid.
No, I did, because
Okay.
my mom taught me how to do one of her fatalities, which was one of the things which made a lot of the older kids come over and want to play. Like, this kid knows how to do Katana's fatality.
Wasn't that like? Because back then fatalities weren't like you had to like know them, right? You like they weren't
Yeah.
they weren't written on the actual like arcade machine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
some
Yeah,
of them
they weren't
depends.
written. They weren't written anywhere. All you had to do was like figure it out on your own.
yeah. Or you like there were like magazines or like word of mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how my mom learned katanas, but I just remember, and this is how ingrained it was into my head, because I remember Katana's arcade was up, down, left, B, kick, punch.
Okay.
And that would send her fan blades to like cut her enemy in half.
Okay.
But I might be wrong, because I might be like, I remember it, but at the same time, someone could be going like, no, that's not her arcade.
No. But I like this. It's that definitely wasn't like I guess me growing up, but because parents come from different walks of life. I had the parents who like had the whole yes, we played Atari, and so when they got me the PlayStation, then like from there it's like, yes, we played Atari. As I continue moving forward, yes, we played Atari. Yes, but the games are changing. We played Atari, and so it's just disconnect. But welcome JTR. Everyone, you would all know JTR from our Tuesday games.
I feel good enough to be here, so I'm making the most out of it.
Oh,
Um,
okay, good. So, opening question: what was your first video game you've ever played?
ooh, okay, now that's a tough one. Cause, okay.
The very first one. I'm not talking like what was your first real video game, but what was your very first video
Okay.
game?
Like, what's the first?
You know, it's funny that Maniacal was talking about Mortal Kombat, because I remember exactly which Mortal Kombat I started off with, and I remember it being my first game.
Okay.
It was Mortal Kombat Armageddon.
Yeah, me and JTR are Mortal Kombat bros.
Yeah, I grew. That was my very first game.
Mm-hmm.
I remember taking an interest in Baraka though. He was a strange character to get used to, but I like Baraka a lot. And when see, they didn't like my siblings. I have like what six of them,
Mm-hmm.
but my so they would pick people like
Hold
Liu
on.
Kang, Kung
Hold on.
Lao.
I
More
did.
as the chosen ones or the antagonists and stuff like that. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna play this minion guy and I'm going to have fun.
Hold on. I'm able to piece together what you said, but I guess heads up, guys. It looks like Discord's having a little bit of a weird issue because I just dipped in and out twice. Once before the stream started, and once another one right now. We'll see. We'll
Okay.
see how the
My
rest of it
world.
goes. Right? Exactly. But
Mhm.
hearing this love of Mortal Kombat, then let's take it from someone who, for lack of a better word, had I guess a better mindset, a more mature mindset when they encountered their video game. Skittles, tell us a little bit about the NES. Sorry, and how it affected you when you were introduced to it.
I was really young, and I have brothers, a lot of brothers. So it was only a two-player system, which means there was constant fighting over it.
Okay.
Uh, we had the Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt one. We also had this like track and field game that came with like a DDR pad. There's no way to explain it.
I know what you're fucking
I
talking
know
about.
exactly what
I
you're
know-
talking
Yeah,
about. It's,
yeah.
Alright,
it's
Here.
Olympic.
my old ass here. What's up?
Well, here, hold on.
Yay!
So
No,
every-
wait,
okay,
I,
wait.
I kind of wanted to say one more thing.
here, hold on, wait.
Before
Everyone will be we'll be hearing from Zen the opening question just as soon as we finish hearing from Skittles and JTR. But welcome aboard, Zen. You would all recognize him from what used to be our Monday games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the
He's a
best
legend
part,
himself.
you know. Yeah.
Here, go for it, babe.
But not only that, like we had other games too. And I think most of it, like my dad was super into garage sales, so like whatever people didn't want, he'd find for really super cheap. We got Ninja Gaiden, that changed my life, and that game was so
That changed
freaking hard.
everyone's
Oh
life.
my god, it was
Okay.
intense.
I can imagine.
Oh.
And so,
And
hold on.
then the
Oh, sorry. Go
Teenage
for it.
Mutant Ninja Turtle game was always fun. So it was just, it was interesting. It was a brand new thing for everybody. So experiencing that and growing up with it was really great.
Mhm.
And seeing the changes and like going from NES to the next system we upgraded to was the N64, and that was like, oh my god, what is this? These graphics are amazing when they're famously not amazing.
8-bit graphics, yeah.
Right.
Right?
Whoa, these graphics are so realistic. It's like you just
Yeah.
see the
Look at my
fucking.
Discord stream right now. Hey, yo.
Here,
It was great. I really got into it. That was a very formative time of my life, and then the Zelda games came out, and that was it for me. I was hooked.
Yes. All right. I can see that. You know, the every person at least on top of our first video games. I feel like regardless of whatever your guys' first one was, there's one that really like once it grabs you, you're in. You're stuck in the video game
The moment
society.
I just want y'all to know something.
Sure.
The reason I got so into Mario Kart was because of the fact that there was a. You remember how I started off with Mortal Kombat Armageddon, right?
Yes.
There's a racing version of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
there was.
Yeah.
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 So I played that a bit more than I played the fighting version, and then I heard about Mario Kart. I was like, oh, okay, let me try this, and I did exceptionally well.
All right.
So,
And-
yeah, I started my very long streak of Mario Kart games. I skipped 2 games. I admit I skipped 2 games by accident. By accident.
Everyone has skipped Mario Kart.
At least one. I want to
Yeah.
say.
I'd say
but-
Mario
but
Kart is like
I'll
Mario
admit that
Party.
I skipped Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart Double Dash, but it was by accident. It was all by accident.
You didn't miss much, bro.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Dude, Double
Well, here.
Dash. If you can find a ROM for Double Dash, it is still a pretty good game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Still
Okay.
holds up.
I was gonna say is as you all know, we have done a little bit of introductions, but we haven't heard the opening question from Zen, which is for you, Zen. What was your first video game you've ever played?
Oh boy. All right. So
Speaking
the
of,
first video game that I ever played actually, fuck, we're gonna be talking about some old ass shit like Windows DOS games.
Oh boy.
It was
Bring
like
it
a-
to us.
it was like a
PC
platformer.
gamer.
Yeah. So okay. So actually, no. So this is how old this fucking game is. It was a Star Trek game
Okay.
on
Oh,
Windows
Oh
that
my.
I was a kid and I had no fucking clue how this shit worked. But all I was like, I'm flying around and like it was actually like even a simulation of like flying around. It was like a grid based kind of thing. So it was like you had all these like different variables and everything. It was obviously for somebody who actually like understood it, but I still played that shit like I knew what I was doing. And that was like the first game that I ever played.
Right here. Are we talking about this? What I have right here on the stream? Like here, I literally just googled Windows Star Trek game.
No, it was actually a little bit more visual than that.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on here. These screenshots. What is going on here?
So it was that. No, there you go. That one. No, down one. That one. That was it. That
What
was
the
the
fuck
shit.
is going on here?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, I was playing this shit when I was like 5 or 6, bro.
Were you playing a
Bruh.
game or doing taxes?
Dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
Bro,
I actually
like,
started actually understanding this shit when I was a kid, and that's why I get into like that's what like the first fucking game that I played was a Star Trek DOS game, and it was like it was cool for me because I was like, yeah, I'm doing all this stuff because my dad and my mom would also play it too, so I felt like kind of a bonding moment between that. And then as far as that goes, like that was my fucking first game that I ever played.
I like this.
Going on the screen.
Yeah, I like this a lot though. It's for what they had at the time, they did a good job utilizing the different numbers to help you understand what's going on where.
Oh yeah, that's wild, dude. Like that entire game was like there would be like it had random events in it, man.
Oh my god.
So like the
time.
little chart up on the upper right, each one of those numbers was a different like place you could go. So it was like the entire map. So you could actually like pick what sector that you wanted to go to, and it had random events in each fucking sector.
Oh my god.
So, and like some of the random events would be really good, some of them were really bad. But that's the thing is like that was like now looking back on it, I'm like, wow, how the hell did I get this as a kid? But like when I started playing this game, I would actually seek out like the good events and try to avoid as many enemies as I could before I ended up dying. But it was wild.
No, this is well, I like to state that is every person has like different peaks that they hit in their life. This is when you like hit fucking like super science kid brain. And you're like, that's right.
It only went up from there, man.
It only went up. Great.
We got yellow on puke green, fucking blue. I can barely read. Like orange and like what the fuck is going on here?
The thing about games like this was literally a fan game. Like this, not like fan made, but I mean like this was a game for the fans. Because if you didn't watch the show, you didn't know what the fuck these sectors were. You didn't know
exactly.
You didn't know what the fuck you're supposed to be imagining. You're like, the fuck is a quasar terminal area? I don't know what the fuck. Like,
yeah, exactly. This game was definitely for people who knew what the hell was going on. Except for my weird little kid ass, I was like, hell yeah, I can get this, and like, I eventually did. But at first, I was like, I had no clue what the hell I was doing. But yeah, that was the first game that I ever played, and like, thinking about it now, like, yeah, definitely, that shaped my like of like exploring video games and stuff like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it, dude.
All right,
Did you ever play?
I'm glad that I can share this gem with you guys because holy shit, I haven't thought about that in so long.
Yeah,
Did you ever play like in elementary school, the old school? You needed 10 floppy disks of it, Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
Oh God,
definitely.
I missed that. That was like peak.
Remember
gaming.
that and fucking Number Muncher.
Yes, like what is it, Math Munchers? Or
Yeah, Math Munch. Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit was crazy.
Old school. You needed like a whole brick of these big floppy disk things, not like the standard save disk looking things, but like really thin film disc looking doohickeys.
Yeah, I didn't deal with floppy disk, but what I do remember, because when I was first going to elementary school, it was like 4th grade, we got, who remembers those colored iMacs, or, what were they, the Macintoshes? The colored Macintoshes.
Yeah.
My school, when those first came out, my school got a whole shipment of them, like, brand new. And my class was the first class to get to use them. And the first thing I did is I started looking for games that would run on them, which was Solitaire.
Nice.
Here, I got a thing for you.
Oh, here.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
brother.
Rogue.
Yes, here as well. So as you everyone, this is Rogue from the Saturday Games. We're gonna ask Rogue the opening question, but one thing I definitely want to hear from someone who we heard an answer from a while ago, but I want to hear more about like their experience with it. Is Hive? You said your first game you ever played was the N64 GoldenEye.
Yeah, that's why I'm a true gamer today.
tell us a little bit more about your experience with it.
Perfect
I
Dark was better. Shut up.
Pretty cracked. I like Perfect Dark too, but I was pretty cracked at GoldenEye. I wish I could find it, but there's like this thing like a couple years ago where you could download GoldenEye and like you could play online on your PC, but I forget what it's called. I think they actually had it taken down.
Oh
So
no.
you can't play it anymore. But
Illegal mod.
GoldenEye with a mouse
The
and
mouse and
keyboard
keyboard, yeah.
is ridiculous. That shit is wow.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Skittles. Skittles, that video you showed me, that was literally our teachers.
Yeah.
Like anytime
Also,
we
How do you
go-
turn it on? Ah!
Alright.
Oh my God.
The GoldenEye single player was like pretty cool too. I've like never played anything like that before. Like obviously, 'cause that was my first game, but
Mhm.
like still, now that I think about it, it's like damn, that shit was pretty good still.
All right.
It was
Well,
the
I'd play
first
again.
time they introduced
again.
like a local multiplayer shooter against each other kind of thing, which was revolutionary at the time. I was like, oh, I can go and kill my fellow people. Yes.
And
Oh,
on top
man.
of this, let's
Turning
not
on
forget
big head
it was
mode and
it was
big
also
ball.
it was also the dawn of my big brain move. Time to look at the other person's screen.
Yeah.
No, your screen looking. No.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That shit happen all the
Fucking-
time.
Oh my god, split screen.
Yo,
we
give me
always
the
cheat.
golden
We
gun.
always
I will
cheat.
take
Look. You would be I dare someone to tell the truth right
Yeah.
now and say they have a fucking screen shared. I dare you.
All
I
right,
dare
right.
you.
Here, okay, so then
Oh no, I was really good at it, especially during Mario Kart. Like, okay.
Oh god.
So-
See where they're at behind you and just throw shit behind you.
right, exactly.
Ping
You're
away.
waiting for them to be just lined up, and then you just throw it back.
Yeah.
Listen, I did that
Behind
once.
me?
I did
Oh,
that
look at
once.
this. I
and
got a green shell right here. Whoop! Hit the corner. Boom! Just missed the two and hit you.
Here.
I mean,
Or you do, or you
Some of-
do
I know
that.
some of y'all
I
have siblings.
kind of got rid of my addiction of throwing bombs behind me because of that. Because of the fact that I kept doing that to my siblings, and I was just like,
Yeah.
I should stop.
you know, you get it though. They need to learn. They need to learn hard sometimes. Like,
Well,
you need to
see-
learn
they need
shit.
a break from time to time. They need a break from time to time.
See, the thing is though,
Oh,
they.
GoldenEye, go watch the GoldenEye speedruns. They're fucking
That's
crazy.
right. Oh, here. We'll talk about speedruns in a little bit, but Rogue. So
Yeah.
we've heard a little bit from everyone, and now it's time to send you the opening question. What was the first video game you ever played?
God, the first game I ever played.
I'm not talking about like
Yeah,
the
no,
quote
no,
unquote
no.
real game. I'm talking about the first one you've ever played.
God, the first game I ever played. Okay, I was born in '96. So basically, my cousin had a Sega Dreamcast.
Okay.
I was like, oh, I never knew how to play it. So next thing you know, he
You
shows
were
me this
blessed.
game. It's called Tech Romancer. I'm like, okay.
Yo,
Looks like,
okay.
looks like
I don't
nothing
know.
cool. Okay, giant fighting robots. I was like, you know what? I can get into this. The next thing you know, he shows me another thing, an N64. I'm like, holy shit, this guy actually has everything. But the first game I ever played was on the Dreamcast, and that was the funnest game I've ever played.
This right here.
It's just so stupid and simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. That's
It's
it.
like I think that was the whole premise behind the Dreamcast. That was the first time I ever played a Sonic game. That was freaking fun. Oh my god, and he goes so fast. And then the first
These
time I also
games
played
are
Jet Set
so
Radio was on the
fucking
Dreamcast.
Oh yeah.
The Dreamcast had a lot of really weird games, especially the
It
Sea
had
Monkey
weird
one where
games,
you
but they
got
were
like the
also
mic
fun as
and you
hell.
talk to it.
Yeah.
Sega's looking to
See-
like remake some games. I kind of want them to remake. that
It was
one.
definitely before its time, that's for
I
sure.
want to talk to the Sea
I want them to remake
See, one
this
of the
game.
weird
I haven't
things-
played this game in forever.
One of the weird things is like
Here,
you hear
yeah.
everybody talking like growing up with like Nintendos and everything like that. I actually grew up with a Sega Genesis, so I mean like everybody wants to talk about like how like Sonic and stuff like that. Like I grew up playing that shit, like the classic Sonic games, like all the time. Like
I
I'm
actually
pretty
kind of
sure.
I kind of
Here, hold
use
on.
the
Hold on. Let
I,
Zen, were you still saying anything?
No,
Okay.
I was letting him talk.
Okay,
It's
my
fine.
bad.
I was gonna say that I did actually use the Sega Genesis stuff because I don't remember what I downloaded it on, but I remember I downloaded it on something, and then I went back and played some games, and I enjoyed them a lot.
Mhm.
But my
Oh.
first Sonic game that I played was Sonic Rush, and I enjoyed that a lot.
Oh, Sonic Rush. Okay.
It was interesting because that was the first time I saw Blaze, and I was like, okay, um, this is a nice take because now it's just like Sonic who's fast as the wind, and then you know Blaze who well is Blaze.
Right. So
Is the
one
mysterious woman she is.
So
That's all
one,
I'm saying.
I want to say one thing that was pointed out is we've all had our introduction to video games, and so I want to say that the intro one will always pull you in, just because games always have like this kind of like this draw to them, this allure that makes you want to delve further and further in. But starting with Skittles, because she had already kind of started this a little bit, where it's kind of like what at one point did video games stop becoming the thing that was just, oh, this is neat too. This is what I really, really have to do. Hence the pull. What was the thing that got you stuck in the world of video games? And from what I understand, Skittles, you were saying that it was Zelda, right?
Right, the original Legend of Zelda gold cartridge NES game. I would fight, like, physically fight my brothers because they were like, "You can't play this. It's not for girls." And I'm like, "Oh no, oh no, no." No, they didn't get it either, so like I had that all to myself, and I would sit there for as much as I possibly could, which wasn't very much back in the day because we had to share and school and homework and all that. But oh man,
Did you homework?
I feel that.
yeah,
You got
Supposed to
homework?
do
like,
homework?
that was my safe space. That was the only real time I had to myself outside of like family activities and stuff, and I would crack out Legend of Zelda.
All right, all right.
Until I beat the game several times.
If
Also, pro tip: that 16-bit soundtrack sounds amazing on
It's
subwoofer. Really good bass, dude.
yeah, it still holds up nowadays. I would say that if there were any video game for me that really like got me pulled into the culture, it was the Spyro the Dragon trilogy, and that's why like I had to 100% like the reignited. But regardless, going back, it was, I think it was at this point, video games are kind of just like play through them. Oh, this is the really neat thing. But it was at some point when I was like I was finishing up the first home world of Spyro the Dragon. I went to go fight like your first boss, and like looking back, man, I was a really dumb kid. But regardless, I remember not being able to beat the boss, and Dad's like, Christian, we gotta go to the store. But Dad, we gotta go to the store. And so I'm over at the store with him, and he's like looking at me like, what's wrong with you? And that's when I was like, I don't get it. My fire doesn't work on him. Whenever I charge him, it only pushes him back a little. What am I supposed to do? And that's like, that was my first time ever like contemplating, like, how am I supposed to do this? I can't let this game get the better of me. This game will fall down to me. And that was like when it finally stuck with me. That yeah, video games are like my thing right there.
It
What-
got me onto turn-based RPGs, which opened the world into old school Final Fantasy too.
Yes.
God, Final Fantasy, Pokemon, Yeah, there were a few Digimon games too.
I could tell you guys a lot of like the games that through my childhood. What really got me started on like the kind of games that I'm into is there's two very obscure games. Nobody really I talk to ever plays them. One of them is called Beyond Oasis for the Sega Genesis.
Okay.
That one was the first like beat 'em up like role playing game, and it was, man, like it was definitely beyond its fucking time, because it was actually like open world, and you could like it was kind of like Sega's Zelda. It was open world and it was an RPG. You could level up and all sorts of stuff, and it was really, really cool.
Mhm.
And that was like one of the ones that I was like, oh yeah, this is amazing. This is exactly what I like. And then the other one was a game called Azure Dreams. I don't know if you guys have seen me playing that
I think I have.
before, but
Yes.
As your dreams.
Azure Dreams for the PlayStation is also one of the things that got me into like roguelikes and stuff like that. And this, I think that one came out before Pokemon did, but
Mhm.
yeah, Azure Dreams was like it was a roguelike with like creature collecting. You go into this tower, and the tower floors were randomly generated, so it was like you had no clue what the hell you were gonna encounter next.
I had
And
that on the
each
Game Boy. I fucking loved that so
yeah,
much.
the Game Boy version was much more like you had a lot more to actually do. Well, the PlayStation version, ironically enough, the PlayStation version was half dating simulator too, because there was actually like women in the town that you could actually like date and like collect too. So it was really weird because when I was a kid, I didn't realize like that was part of the game until I like my dad was doing the same shit, which now that I look back on it, I think my dad was kind of a weeb, so
Ah,
but
I see. The apple didn't fall far from the tree.
I mean, I'm not a huge weeb. I'm just like, wow, all right. My dad was obviously playing this game and trying to collect everything, so maybe that was just what he was into, but I don't know. My dad's a goober anyways. I love the old man.
Aw, that's nice. So would you say that that would be like the one that really got you pulled into the series, to the video game world itself?
Yeah. I'd say that was.
All right, all right.
Later on there was other games that got me pulled into different genres and everything, but I mean like as far as like when you guys were talking about like racing games, like the first racing game that I ever played was actually Diddy Kong Racing.
Oh.
That was nice. That was nice.
Diddy Kong Racing was
Oh
the
no.
first racing game that I ever fucking played, and I enjoyed the hell out of it because it had so much shit going on to it. Because most like kart games are like you're staying in the cart. No, Diddy Kong Racing had like the regular carts, and then you had like planes and all sorts of shit that your things could turn into. So it was wild, and that was like the first time that I ever encountered like cheat codes in the game, like actual like put in uh, phrases into the game, and it like gives you stuff.
Mhm.
And yeah, that was pretty wild too. I could go on and on about like all the games that I've played on that kind of stuff.
Well, here then let's see. Just pulling randomly, I'm gonna say Maniacal. What would you say would be the game that did it for you? The not necessarily, it didn't have to be your first one, but it was definitely the one that like got you stuck into just being a part of the video game culture.
It's that's a tough question for me to answer because when I was a kid, from like ages fucking 5 to 11, I kind of just played games. It wasn't like something that hooked me. It wasn't like, oh yeah, I really like this game. Like I remember playing a lot of the Nickelodeon games on the PS2. I remember playing Crash on PlayStation 1, but I don't remember just being hooked. Like, oh, this is something I've got to do. I just remember being like, all right, I'm bored. I got nothing else to do, so I'm gonna go play some video games.
Okay.
And and that was just kind of how it was for me until high school when my knees started going out on me from all the extreme sports I did. And one day that my knees just hurt so bad that all I could do was sit and play the PS3, and I got a game, and I got Uncharted for it.
Okay.
And that game just like I was like, this is what this is what true video games are like just like if you get just sucked into it, and then I just remember going back to all like the old stuff I had, like GameCube stuff, like Wind Waker, and going like, wow, how did it take this long for me to go from like just a casual hobby to where like this is a thing for me? And so I'd say it's Uncharted, and it wasn't until like I actually had to sit down and actually like play it that I realized, wow, these are real video games are fucking awesome. These are cool.
All right, all right.
So
I know that.
and then
Sorry, go for it.
and so now I'm just kind of like, that's just kind of what became my big thing, is like I was like, well, if I can't do extreme sports anymore or go and do all this cool stuff I used to do, at least I can still do it in video games because I loved playing as Nathan Drake. That shit was fun.
I know. What was it? The Uncharted series has always been something that's praised for its story and just how well written, and not just like not just a story, but it's also the world feels very much alive. And we're talking like it was also at this point what every time an Uncharted game came out, it was like this is like the poster child of look how real and good video games can look. But funny enough, to this day, I still have not played a single Uncharted game. I've like spent 5 minutes on one, turned on the console by the time I already had like a gaming PC. But because of the fact that it's hard for me to play something that's on a console when I have my computer, I just never touched it. And I ended up like letting like the game that I was borrowed from my friend go back to him, who like he's a super huge Uncharted nerd. He's the kind of dude who like for a while he like specifically had his ensemble and he had the body shape to look like Nathan Drake.
Nice.
But man, there's other games that definitely pulled me in different ways like that. But I wanted to see what we can pull more from Hive. What about you? We know GoldenEye was your first one, but now what's the baby? What's the big one?
Damn, this is a harder question to answer here.
Mm.
This is giving me time to think, so I'm just listening
two
while I'm
games
thinking.
that I fell in love with was Castlevania Symphony of the Night
Oh, okay.
and Dark Souls 2. I know every time I say that like my favorite Dark Souls is 2, people give me shit for it because it's not like Dark Souls 1 at all.
Don't worry, guys. I'll go get the pitchforks. Let's go kill Hive right now. I'm kidding.
It's different. But my opinion, it's the best Dark Souls for me at least. It had the most variety. It had the best PvP and everything. People still play it. People still play Dark Souls 1, like not even like the remake. It's just they just play the original, because I don't know. It's a very cult fan base.
No,
It's
You're-
still a niche. It's still a niche game, even though like it's got so popular. Just like the Yakuza games,
right.
like it got super popular. but,
Yakuza-
like
Yakuza
I was
was
playing
great.
Yakuza 3 back on the PS3 before anybody fucking knew about it. Cause I don't know, I thought it was pretty fucking cool.
Man.
Oh, and a game for the PS2 called fucking God Hand. That game is
Yeah.
amazing. People need to go play that game.
God Hand is pretty amazing too.
Yeah, God Hand is so good.
I remember actually when that game was first coming out, there was only like ads in like magazines and shit. Like GamePro had that as like most of their ads in there were that one where it's like the fist is actually going through the face of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I understand what you're talking about. That game is just amazing.
And IGN gave it a bad review back in the day because it was too hard.
Oh man.
Seems like things haven't
Because
changed
it punishes you. It punishes you by raising the difficulty if you do good.
either. Yeah.
So the better you were, the game would try to match your skill level, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that level bar right there? The higher you go, the harder the game gets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, is it possible to potentially keep that level bar as minimal as you can get and make it to the end of the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could do that, but then also you would end up with a kick me sign on your back by doing that
Yeah.
shit.
Oh no.
They
Yep.
legitimate like a sign on the back of your character that says "kick me."
That's fucking. Hold on, I gotta see this now. God hand, kick me. Oh.
Oh God.
That is the most.
Sit-
goddamn.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Kick me. It has a little kiss mark too and everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a cutscene where one of the bandits puts it on the back of your back too.
Oh
That's
my
funny.
god.
No, it's not one of the bandits. It's the girl that you're
Oh,
with
yeah,
puts it
that's
on the
right.
back.
I forgot her name,
That's
but-
how it makes sense for the lipstick to be there as well.
Yeah.
All right,
I
all
mean,
right.
this game had some questionable.
This game
It was
has,
it was
like,
super
cult
sexual.
following,
It
there's
was
a
super
peak.
sexual.
Mm-hmm. All right, all right. Well,
I'd say that game would probably offend a lot of people nowadays.
Oh, let's be honest. There's a lot of things that if you look back, there's a lot of like entertainment back then will
It got away with so much.
yeah, it gets away with a lot. We'll use that. JTR, but why don't you go? I know you've stated that you had some time to think. Now
Yeah.
tell us what your mind has wandered and pondered on.
Okay. I would say the game that got me into gaming, or well, the game that took me the longest to beat because of the fact that well, I couldn't get past a certain boss in that game, and you know, it took me forever, and I kept going back to the game even though I played other games. But yeah, it was still Mario Kart for the DS.
Mario Kart DS. Got
The
you.
reason why I couldn't get past that game so quickly was because of one specific boss, and it was King Boo.
Oh.
He scared the shit out of me every time I was about to play him, and I couldn't do it.
Mario Kart games? What the fuck?
Yes, there was.
The DS version, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm not about to say.
Well, because like it's like the items usually worked more in their favor. They were on like higher CCs from the start of the game, but then you would eventually get to their acceleration. It's small boosts to make a more significant NPC a boss.
Right. And then for King Boo, I remember this one because I had to stay. I was stuck on that one for about a good while. For that one, you had to collect rings, and the thing about him is he steals them from you every 10 seconds. So you had to, at least 10 seconds to go around and like collect as many as possible before he fucking goes through you and just takes all the stuff you have.
Wow, this little bastard.
And then you have to. The worst part is, you have to chase him down to get them all back. And I'm pretty sure the cart that I had was running at least 50 cc, so it was hard to at least gain the speed to at least keep up with him. Especially when he didn't have that many coins. Like when he especially when he gets a lot of coins.
Well, at least now.
Like once you hit,
sorry.
When he has at least 30, that's when it becomes a problem. That's when it became a problem for me. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least now I at least have an excuse for whenever I lose to you. You've been stuck in Mario Kart on that boss for a while. Then no wonder your skills got refined.
Yes. Drifting in that one level brought my skills out a lot more.
I know we've all talked about, you know, the games that really pulled us in, and now I just kind of wanted to this is where like now we went from games we started with to games that really got us into let's just fucking talk video games. And I here.
I have a question.
What's
first,
up?
Before we start talking about games, does anybody have an underrated console that they think was underrated?
Okay.
Mine is,
Underrated
mine is the Wii U. The Wii U is super underrated. It had so many good games. Bayonetta 2, one of my favorite games of all time. I think Bayonetta is better than Devil May Cry. I said it there.
You,
What the fuck, man?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Allow
The Wii U
us
had,
sit
the
there.
Wii
No
U had
few
Splatoon,
seconds.
it had Bayonetta, fucking Wonderful 101, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Zombie U is actually really good.
Hold on.
I mean,
Here, I got you. Look at the stream VC. Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
you are a brave man for saying.
Bayonetta is just better than Devil May Cry. It has more personality. I'll say it.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not gonna get on you for this, but if someone does, I can't protect you.
Yeah, we can't.
I love Dante. I love Nero. Virgil's a virgin.
he has a child.
Even though he is a dad. Spoiler. Like, you know, still.
Look,
Virgil will always have that inferiority complex because Dante's just cooler.
I think here, as much as what he says is very controversial, I kind of agree with him. I agree
with the Wii U part. I agree with the Wii U being underrated part.
Oh.
I would be,
Okay, yes.
I'll admit that.
Here. I've never been one to kind of throw the whole there's an underrated console. Maybe like because the issue is that the consoles I played were like your typical popular one. I never really got one that was like not known for. But
Right.
I mean, hey, I'm more of a Bayonetta guy than I am a Devil May Cry guy. I'll die with that on stream.
Oh, come on.
You want to
No,
hear
it's
some?
okay. No, it's okay because people have their own preferences of games. It's okay.
I understand the preference.
Bayonetta and John are sexy characters done perfect. Like
Here.
they are beautiful. They are strong. Bayonetta would be a perfect mother.
Here.
Loki is a piece of shit. He's a little shit. Loki's a little shit of a kid.
Here. Let's listen because I understand Zen had something he wanted to add in.
As far as like consoles that like just obscure ass consoles.
Okay.
Now this is gonna like look up R Zone for
Okay.
me.
Oh, wait, I think I've heard of this.
So the R Zone was a fucking headset, right?
Yeah.
You would put it on, and it would. Yeah, this is the kind of shit that I owned when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yo, like,
I've only heard the name. I've never actually seen it. What the fuck?
yeah, R Zone was some wild stuff. I remember playing Panzer Dragoon on that.
How did you use it? What?
You would put it on your head, and what it would do is it would project it on that little eyepiece. It would project the game on that little eyepiece.
Oh, so this is like a beta VR.
I like
Yeah,
I like how there's clearly like the advertised one, but you could just look in his face like, I can't fucking see shit.
No, you could see. No, definitely you could see like what you were playing. Like no
Okay.
problem, man. But it was as far as like obscure consoles go, like that was super obscure. Because this was in the time of like the little handheld like not like cartridge games, like cuz this thing had cartridges. I'm talking about those handheld games with that were made by like Jack Specific or something like that. Or,
Oh,
hold on,
I thought you were gonna
Sonic.
be like I thought you were like in
I
the
have an
age
idea
of the
for
Game Boy
what's
Colors.
No, the Tiger Electronics.
Yeah, Tiger.
Sonic
I was
the
about to say.
Yeah. Yeah, Tiger Electronics handheld games. Those ones. It was in the age of those, and that's what they ended up.
Oh, okay.
These
Yeah.
things. Oh my gosh. I remember. I remember these.
So what they did is they were like, you know what? Why don't we make a headset of these? So what they did is they took that screen, and you would have that screen and you would put it back in like the R Zone. You would like put the little cartridge in, and it would just project whatever game that you were playing on that little visor. So,
Okay.
Didn't McDonald's do something like where?
I think McDonald's had the Tiger Electronics things as like toys that they would give.
like give it. Yeah, I was like, I
remember those
somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
My
that just
brother
kind of
has
like.
a golden Mewtwo.
Oh man.
That shit's crazy.
There's
Yeah, that's where Mr. Game & Watch comes from.
exactly.
mhm.
I have a
Um,
question.
Here, what's up?
Well, it's more or less of a question for when we're done with this topic. But
All right. Well, here, like, I guess does anyone else really like that? That was something I did not expect to like see the R Zone. But what about do any of you guys have like any underrated consoles? Because for me, it was
I do.
I played PlayStation. I played PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, 4. I haven't gotten the 5, and like. My bread and butter was fucking like popular consoles, you know, GameCube, Wii. I sadly skipped the Wii U because we didn't have it available
Don't worry,
at the
you weren't
time.
missing very much.
Oh
Shut up. The Wii U is good.
The Wii U was a
Wii U
god.
Man,
The Wii U was not God.
The Wii U was
The
the
Wii
worst.
The Wii U was
prototype
ahead of
for
its time, but at the time it was absolute shit.
No, it
My
wasn't.
God,
It was
it
Same
Okay,
can be
here.
said for Sega Dreamcast too. It was definitely ahead of its time. It had the disk drive, which not anything had done before.
So
But
all
it
I'm
was
saying
it was
is-
absolute shit. Like you breathed on it.
All I'm saying is, at the end of Wonderful 101, the objective save the world is pretty epic.
Okay, well here. Does anyone else had anything to add on before we move on to JTR's topic?
Oh, no,
We
I
used
can
one of
go.
the best consoles ever.
All right.
my question is, what was the game that you really spent that you grinded on. the
Okay.
Most part.
I'm
I'm gonna exclude Mario Kart DS this time.
Here.
I-
Here.
I
I'll
forgot to
start
mention this. Oh, you
I'll,
go first.
Yeah, I'll start things off that for me, one of the first video games I had ever grinded was I gotta say it was either like a Spider-Man game. No. Sorry. Correction. It was the Dark Souls games. I remember this specifically that my introduction to Dark Souls was with Dark Souls 2. However, though, I very much had a how do I put this? Dark Souls is hard. Can I return this to the game store?
Yeah.
And then
Oh.
and then like the next thing it was like, oh man, what's this? Dark Souls 1. And so I gave that a try, like thinking like I'm older, I can handle it better. And so Dark Souls 1 kicked my ass, but I had
Dark Souls 1 is harder
yeah.
than
Dark Souls, yeah. And so it kicked my ass, but like I refused to let this game tell me no. And that was one that I beat my head against the wall in the very Dark Souls fashion, just boom, boom, boom. Oh, there's no way he's gonna. There's a crack in it. I'm gonna get through it. I may have a concussion after, but I'm gonna get through it.
Mm.
Sorry.
I got 3 years of my life, but I did it.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, Breath of Fire 3.
Okay. Let me pull that up.
That was an old PlayStation game.
Yeah.
Breath of Fire 3 was one of my shit that I just fucking spent so much time on.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could collect, like, one of, like, the main, it was an RPG, and one of the main character's abilities could be, like, turning into a fucking dragon, depending on, like, what kind of genes that you had unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they were hidden all over the fucking world, so I remember, like, just grinding and trying to find every little thing about that.
Wow.
One game I forgot to mention before, like when games I got like really into, Dragon's Dogma and the expansion.
Mm-hmm.
That game is a hidden gem, and a lot of people have been playing it more recently, and I'm glad because it's like one of my favorite Capcom games ever. Like, it's so cool, dude. So much exploit. There's not really fast travel. So the way you fast travel in this game, you get rift crystals, and you have to plant them in the places you want to fast travel to. And to use the fast travel, you need these things called fairy stones, and it uses up a fairy stone every time you fast travel to somewhere. But like, this game would have like random encounters. Like, it took me a whole hour to kill a dragon, because bosses in this game have multiple health bars. The Ur Dragon has like 30 health bars, something like that. And it has like a million something health, something like that. Yeah, this game is kind of kooky. It's pretty cool though.
Can I actually retract my last statement, because you just reminded me of it? Because I was a dumbass and I forgot completely about this because we're talking about older games. But no, never mind. Grinding wise, Monster Hunter, hands down, like the most amount of time that I've ever spent.
No, I can understand that.
Like the entire fucking series as a whole, I probably have somewhere clocked around like more than 1,000 hours, like of all fucking games, easy. So.
And honestly, I do not blame you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like.
So much stuff, so little time.
Another game I played the fuck out of, I don't know if anybody knows about it, it's called Valkyrie Profile.
Yep,
Dude,
I have.
that shit is, oh my god, it's so
First one I really got into for grinding purposes was Witcher 3. Before then, it was mostly not anything. I was like, whatever, I'm not putting this much. But Witcher 3 like sucked me in. I was hooked. No,
I'm keeping this.
I gotta do all the things. I need to go do all of these little notifications. They all need to go now.
I was gonna say is
Back when
Well-
CD Product Red was an ass.
Aw.
Yeah. Well, so here, so realizing all this, I totally forgot. There was one. Okay. Two games. One has a funny story to it for the grind, and the other one, like, I legitimately just fucking loved. Okay. Did any of you ever play any of the Digimon World games?
Yes.
I was going to get into one of them, but I
Okay.
didn't for some reason. I
I
don't
never
remember
played
why.
a Digimon game, but I think Digimon is better than Pokemon because Digimon
Uh,
has an actual plot.
I agree, but here, allow me to add. No, sorry. I agree. Digimon's better than Pokemon. I'm sorry. That is the hill I will die on. But for me, Digimon World 4 was.
Go buy a bulldozer.
Look at this. Oh, hold on. Digimon World 4 was a game where you could play with. For me, I played it on GameCube, but you and up to 3 of your friends would be in a Digimon RPG, but it was a hack and slash one where you would like attack, block, and depending on how you move your joystick, you can do a spin attack or you can do a charging attack and like lunge forward. And
Never heard
so,
of this game.
yeah, this is a game I would 100% love to like find a port and like find a way for all of us to play. Because on top of this, there was like you have to jump over fucking barrels that would instantly kill you. This game had like Dark Souls level way of like you have to go back and collect your bits, and it's fucking hard. On top of this, it has a lot of New Game Plus things.
106. What the fuck?
Wait, what?
That one. Look at the level.
Okay, yes. So I think
Yeah.
106 was the limit that you can get to, and so this was one of those like if you grind on this, you could. But now allow me to explain this because there was a lot of New Game Pluses, and you could also quote unquote digivolve into another Digimon that had its own skill set, and that Digimon would you're when you digivolve, you're playing that new Digimon as level 1, and you have the other ones as like replayable builds that you can go back and swap back and forth between. And there was one other thing in this game that was the bane of my existence for the grind. Magic in this game, your weapons, you find better weapons in the world, you go to the shop and you go get new ones. Magic only levels up through consistent use, and it's only considered consistent use if it hits an enemy. On top of this, this magic was also on a slight skill shot, and due to the fact that the camera in this game was fixed from like a third-person perspective camera that would move and pan throughout the world rather than you controlling it, you aiming these spells was so hard that the biggest grind was not your levels, was not your health, and was not the items. It was magic and the skills you had to use to get to them. Because it took like 8 successful hits to get 1 level, and when you finally hit like 100 or like 150, then it levels up to the next one. But
Yeah, this one.
yes, this is what I mean, but like I would love to see who would actually be down to do like a 4-player port of this. But here, this is
No.
okay,
See,
Naruto.
I'll be straight up with you. This is the kind of game where as soon as you call, I just be like, and ignore.
Okay, no. There was okay, Naruto DS game, right? Well, there was like one in particular that was like Path of the Ninja, okay? So,
Okay.
this was the other game that has a very funny story from when I played this. This, oh no, spoilers for Naruto, not like it's been out for years. Okay. This game goes up and ends with Gaara being defeated by Naruto. And you're in the tuning exam stuff. So, at one point, I'm leaving the forest and I'm going to like do the tuning finals. But the issue was that because it was like on a big map where like you would go from area to area on the map, I never saw that the 2 circles were right next to each other, so I never went to the training. And I was like, that's weird, is the game broken? I can't find the fucking next level. So I would just go back to the forest, and like, I would grind it, try to find the exit, maybe I missed something, and I got to max level when I should have, like, okay, if the max level was 100, were supposed to be level 30 around that point in the game. And only finally after being max level did I, like, accidentally push the button in the right direction, and I saw the next area, and I'm like, oh, here we go. And I completely destroyed Kiva. I spent months not knowing where the next area was. And it took me like 3 or 4 months to finally just accidentally push it in the right direction and go and fucking continue the game at max level with all my characters.
Kind of reminds me of I don't know if anybody's heard about this story, but the FF7 get to the was it level 99 in the first like area story that went on for so long. Holy shit!
Do you want to hear the funniest thing about Final Fantasy VII that I have to say about it, though?
What's up?
So, when first playing that game, because I was still pretty young when it came out. Actually, no, I was young when it came out, yeah. But, when it came out, I didn't realize that that during the beginning, after you get out of Midgar, you're supposed to go over and get a chocobo and then cross the little swamp area where the Midgar Zolom is.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that that's what you're supposed to do to grab a chocobo and go
I
across
did
it.
too,
So I just kept on leveling my ass up until I could actually beat that motherfucker, beat those like snakes.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to just run away from them. No, my little kid ass was like, all right, so I'll just sit here and grind. So I grinded up until the point where I could just whip their ass, and the rest of the game was such a breeze.
Oh my god.
I will not leave until I defeat you.
Not leave.
Exactly, dude. It was insane.
Not today.
Right. I also see something that Skittles is saying, Donkey Kong Country, and I immediately think of the fucking when you lose.
Yeah.
I fucking that if there wasn't a losing game sound that I didn't have ingrained in my head outside of Hades, it would be that. But just as a side note about Donkey Kong Country, I will have like little like splurts where I think to myself, at least for me, one of the most iconic video game soundtracks, do do do, do 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 do. It stays with you forever.
Yeah.
It does.
All right, here's a test for you. Do you know this one? Do 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 do.
That's a Kirby one.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh man. All right, sorry. Go for it. Like, if anyone else wants to add on to the grinding stuff,
I never got a chance to say mine.
Okay, go for it.
So I know I keep jumping from like Sonic to Mario, but for this one I'm gonna jump back to Sonic and say, so Sonic Rush had a sequel and it was Sonic Adventure.
Okay.
That was the first game that I actually tried at 100%. And it was specifically because I couldn't find fucking Johnny. That little green fucking, the little green guy that you were supposed to fight with the big red guy. Not Eggman, but the other big red guy. What was his name? Whisker, whatever. It was him, and he had a subordinate, and he would be like. Okay, let me add a bit more context to this. You have like four water vehicles. You got a cruiser ship. You got a what's it called? A water. I can't remember the names of these vehicles because I haven't played that in so long. But I do remember that it took me a while to find this one person. But he would be in random spots around the map. You have to find him, or else you're not getting the emeralds in order to 100% the game. And I kept doing it until I managed to find him. I beat him. I 100% of the game. I've never felt so relieved in my life.
All right.
Like, that was probably the hardest thing I could have done because it took way too much. It took way too much out of my time.
Here, I like where you're going. So let's take if no one else has a grinding topic.
I have one.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let's do this, and I want to change the topic into something interesting.
So, Xbox One, Killer Instinct, it comes out. I play full gore. Yeah, I know my life's hard.
It's hard when you play full
constantly
gore, man.
play ranked, trying to get to killer. Fuck, why do I keep playing against tournament players? This game's hard.
There's your first problem.
I don't want to flex or anything, but like that was like probably one of the only games that like I got like super competitive and really good at, to where I could like actually beat like tournament players. Like I my favorite genre of games is fighting games. I love them to death. I love
I don't want to
PvP and all
flex
that.
rolls up sleeve.
Yeah, but like, there's only like a couple like fighting games I've ever got good at, and that's the one I've got the best at. But I've lost my luster for all of them because I just haven't played them in so long. But if anybody wants to beat me in like Third Strike, I will happily beat the fuck out of you.
No, it's a Hive sees me approaching. Oh, you see, you're approaching me. I can't beat you at Third Strike if I don't pick up the fucking controller. But okay, we all have our moments in video games that we really love, and I mean really, really love. But now I want to ask you guys, what was by far your worst moment in video game history? I mean, like, this like was the thing that like brought you to your lowest, either your angriest, your saddest, or just your downright like you just lost emotion because of some traumatic video game event.
To be something that I fucking decide to platinum.
I could never beat Hachi and Tekken. For so long, I needed to punch a damn wall.
Oh man.
That's understandable.
God,
That is
just
very
thinking about
understandable.
it makes me want to fucking die.
Let me turn on my PS5 and I'll fucking scroll through here and tell you exactly what it is, because I know it's one of these motherfuckers that I had to platinum.
There's
Not to brag, but, I beat Heihachi.
I'll answer that in a second. Let me get back to you.
Yeah. So here, allow me to like say, I think for me, it probably really was the Dark Souls 2. And how do I put this? There was one rule for me growing up that really limited how many video games I could play, and it was you must get a video game that you and your brother can play. That was always the rule. There was no exceptions to this at all. And so when it came down to single player games, if the single player game had co-op, they would be okay with that. I think the only exception to this was Pokemon, because they could see the two of us competing with each other. But it was always this whole, we had to wait. And part of what made Dark Souls 2 very unfun for me, I probably would have banged my head against the wall further with it. But it was just, we never understood how it was to play together. We didn't know that, oh, you needed to have like an entirely different console and an entirely like and someone who has their own game to play together with an internet connection, because internet connectivity wasn't the thing that I really like did until like my later high school years. And just because of that, there was a lot of lock off. And what really took me to the whole next level was, oh man, this sucks. How am I supposed to play with you? Wait, look, there's someone. Maybe they can tell us. It says invaded? What's that mean? The Red Phantom shows up.
Oh.
It was there when you grow up with limitations on games, and the games you're forced to play can really put a damper on how you look at video games. It's why nowadays, more often than not, I don't play single player games as much as they're fun, I prefer to play with multiplayer games because that's what I've grown up to be more accustomed to. I like playing with friends rather than just playing by myself. And if I do play by myself, then it's a game that probably has the option to play with other people, or I can like nerd out and geek out. Like, yo, did you do this? Did you do that with this? So if you guys ever see me play like a single player game, no, it probably has something that like really drew my attention, like like Hades or Sekiro. But that at that point I was probably already lost into the From Software series themselves.
You were lost in the sauce.
I was lost in the sauce.
No, just call it the From Software genre.
Yeah, From Software genre. That's it.
That's what their games are.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm seeing so many fucking options. I'm just gonna say any of the fucking ones that I've decided to platinum
Alright.
on my fucking PlayStation. Any of the fucking games that I play enough to fucking 100% platinum trophy each one of these little motherfuckers, I will platinum that shit. I will throw the controller down and then I'll immediately uninstall that fucking game as quick as possible.
I'm never coming back to this game ever again.
Yeah, exactly. I did that shit with like so many things. The most recent one, Kingdom Hearts 3. Fuck ever playing that game again.
Oh.
So when you say like worst gaming moment, you mean like phrase it again, I guess.
Okay. It can be something that brought you to your lowest, be it your most angriest, your saddest, or your just loss of emotion with the game. It could be like you just given up on the game, like what Zen said too.
Well, I don't know if I say given up, but there's this game called Katana Zero, and I think it's one of the best indie games I've ever played. And the story, one moment in the game, like legit like brought me to tears. And so basically, the whole premise of this game, you're this like air quotes like retired super soldier assassin, and the payment you get is this drug called Chronos, which is a drug you rely on to live, and it lets you kind of like it like slows down your perception of time so much so that like you kind of like you become immortal in a way, and it, you know, like lets you like rewind time, but you find out that that's just like the drug like getting to like your brain and kind of like having you hallucinate, because like when you at one point you're also trying to like you're like taking care of this like girl that like lives in the apartment next to you, and she gets kidnapped. And you're like walking through like this like chapel place, and you're kind of like reliving like the past, like the war you went through, and like this is where like you learn the most about the drug and how like detrimental it is to like your character and everybody else that needs it, because it's really scarce. um and I don't know, that really got to me. uh
I like
yeah.
this.
Also,
So
there's gonna be like a second one, kind of. There, I think what the developers said, they're like doing it in like a DLC form. It's like they're like releasing it for free if you have like the game or whatever.
okay,
So yeah, definitely check Katana Zero out if you haven't. It's definitely a really fun game with a
Uh,
really good story.
here go for it, JTR.
I would. Okay. Now, before I say this, uh, I have no disrespect towards Donkey Kong people that love Donkey Kong, but Donkey Kong Country Returns had me in fucking a very very sad state.
Okay, okay.
To the point where I would almost stay up all night trying to figure out where certain things were.
Oh
Why?
no.
So in Donkey Kong Country Returns, if you know, if you 100% the game, you get to go to the Golden Temple. Uh, that was the hardest part. That was the easy part is getting to the temple. The hard part is finding all the stuff that you have to get in order to go to the temple. I couldn't find that stuff for months, to about a year. And when I did find it, I I I immediately the moment I was done, I took out the disc and I said, I'm not playing this ever again. I've never been through so much pain. I've never been through so much struggle. I'm never doing this again. And then I just put it away, never to be seen again.
I think. Oh, sorry. Go for it, Rogue.
No, that was me stretching.
Yeah. Well, Rogue, do you have anything to add in?
About games that I really don't want to go back to thinking about ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. As weird of a topic as that is.
He doesn't want to say it. He doesn't like it.
Have you ever, now this is a question for anybody. Have you ever fucking played a game that frustrated you so much that you wanted to fucking break whatever the fuck it was on, like a CD or something like that? You wanted just to
Ocarina of
snap.
Time, Water Temple.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
How about Ocarina? How about Majora's Mask, just as a whole, in the just beginning half?
Just whatever.
Fucking
Whatever.
You know, this is one of those things where like, I've never been someone who like gets beyond angry that I break stuff. I like now, you know, that doesn't mean there aren't broken controllers in my house. They're just not me. They're just not for me. Me and my brother are polar opposites. When I get really frustrated in the game, I'm like the kind of person who like digs deep into me, and I'm like, oh no, like go cuddle up and go like curl up because I can't beat video game. Me sad. Oh no, like the sad Doge meme, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas my brother, me Chad Alpha video game, me break controller when angry.
I see.
That'll show you technology.
I guess another answer I
So
have
you have one fucking breaks.
was like a thing. I guess a game that was at my lowest. When Dark Souls 2 came out, I just dropped out of high school, because I couldn't go anymore, because I just couldn't get out of bed. So I was up all night long every night. I'm the type of person that like if I keep like losing to something or like I guess yeah I'll get like frustrated, but I'll keep playing. It's like damn, I'll beat it someday. I'll fucking beat it some like hour
Not
of the
today.
night.
Not
Yeah,
today.
and
I guess I'll fucking eventually happen. I know it will.
and
That's
that
not
ended up
for
with
me.
me getting really good at the Souls games. Me and my friend, we would always like go back to Dark Souls 1, and we'd just like speed run to get the Demon Great Hammer. Like 45 minutes in, and we we had the rush strength to actually use it, but at least we can use it. Fucking health bar is just minimal. Don't have any like one swing is all of our stamina. Hey, at least we got it.
So, here I'll answer this. Like I said, I don't really have a lot of like. I get mad at video games. Sad at video games is also kind of a one where it's just. I think my lowest point usually just involves coming to terms that I just couldn't beat the Dark Souls, get to Dark Souls 2. But at least on a lighter note, because of that whole getting better at Dark Souls 1, I had a friend who he was the one who helped me get. He's the one who like really like, hey, let's play Dark Souls 1 together, because me and him like had this thing where we went from Dark Souls 1 to Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3 together. And so when we played Dark Souls 1, we're doing everything together. I was having so much fun playing a pyromancer, and he was actually having fun playing a cleric build. And okay, Dark Souls 1 people, you'll understand this, but so for people who've never played Dark Souls 1, there's an area in the DLC where there's an option, all the DLC bosses are optional, but one that's really optional because you have to go back is Black Dragon Calamite. You have to go down into a ravine, and at the end of this ravine, after you get past these 3 dogs, is the Fogway door that takes you to his area where you climb down a ladder and you're like fighting in this like giant like lake area. Now, in the passage to get there, there's these tall stairs that like hug a cliffside going down. So for me and my friend, he was having fun invading people, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm finally back. Are you ready to go? And he's like, hold on, can I just say invade one more person? All right, sure. You're being invaded by motherfucker. And he's like, is it finally time for the showdown? And so where the invasion spawned him was at the top of the stairs, and I was at the base of the stairs and in like at the bottom of the ravine. So I'm like looking up at him. David and Goliath battle. We battled. I ran up to him to fight on the stairs because I'd rather fight in close quarters. We ended up trading some blows, but to avoid me, he rolled down onto the stairs using the invincibility frames to hopefully help lessen the blow from when his character model actually is there. But I land right next to him. I failed my punching attack, so at the last second, I quickly swapped to my Black Flame Pyromancy and just burst it right in his face. He's like, ah! And I was like, we're good now? Yeah, we're good. Let's keep going. You can resummon me again. It's always
Definitely an advocate for Dark Souls PvP. I know some people who hate it and wish it wasn't in the game. Well, just fucking get good.
Yeah, no, seriously, get good. Get good. Dark Souls PvP is like a core bit to the game. Okay. Here's an interesting topic. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Wait. I was gonna say another game that I got really, really mad at was what was it called? Mortal Kombat X.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat 9 and Mortal Kombat X. Shao Kahn and Corrupted Shinnok. I will never go back and face them again.
Oh.
I hated both of them. I will never go back and face them again.
I know how you
I
feel.
beat them once. I'm never
Oh
doing
my-
it again.
Shao Kahn gave me so many problems. That shit actually infuriated me. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Why is this so hard?
So,
Oh my gosh.
this is gonna be an interesting one because I'm going to see a lot of like debate and discourse over this. But we all throughout our time growing up, We've had games that have brought us to our highest, brought us to our lowest. We've had games that we've played for a short amount of time that were great, and games that we played for a long amount of times and we found okay. But whether or not it's for its art, its music, its story, its gameplay, or even just the overall theme of the game, what is your guys' all-time favorite game that you would literally be like, this game is a masterpiece because of these reasons?
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect? Okay, now is there a specific one, or are you referring to just the series as an overall?
The trilogy.
Okay.
I will defend this game with my fucking dying breath because it's got great story. With its remaster, it looks even fucking more gorgeous than it did before. Characters are fucking great, and the gameplay for me is just addicting. Like, I am currently playing the Legendary Edition, and I'm still catching myself. Even though they added the ability to skip the elevator in Mass Effect, in the first Mass Effect, they've given you an ability to skip the elevator. I still sit there and listen to all the news reports, the characters' dialogue, because it is that fucking invigorating to me. Like, I just enjoy sitting there listening to all the character interaction and everything like that.
Okay.
Um,
You were gonna say something, GTR?
oh, I was waiting on Nigel to be done. You good?
Let's see. Covered characters.
Characters. What about the art, the music, the overall story?
Art and music, fucking great. They picked the. Hold on. Oh. God, it's tearing up my sofa. Anyways, the art direction is great. The texture quality, the models, the color, saturation, everything. Music is phenomenal. The chorus and everything. This, like, you don't want to just turn off. There's some games where the in-game music, I'm like, okay, we turn that off. We don't need that. I can't bring myself to turn Mass Effect music off. So,
Okay.
but yeah, that would be it for me.
All right. JTR?
I was about to say. I know I said this game before. Well, I'm gonna say both games this time. Sonic Rush and Sonic Rush Adventure.
Okay, so that would be your masterpiece, your favorite video game.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, 3 reasons. Well, yeah, 3 reasons. The first reason is, the music. I really like the music in both games, whether it be just the boss themes or the boss themes, the art. No, the boss themes, the regular themes that you like go to on the normal stages, and even the secret island stages. I like those I like those. I like the music. And then the second reason is the bosses. I like the variety. Even though like most of the bosses had like, the same the same spot on where you could hit them for the weak spot. I like the fact that I like that for me. That was my first time actually like getting used to new things and like trying to fight, um, new things altogether versus some things that were the same but they added stuff to them.
Mhm.
It was that, and then I like the story. I really like the story, even though it was a little confusing, but yeah, I enjoyed the story of the game overall. Like how Sonic and Blaze met and how they know each other and stuff.
Mhm.
So
Uh,
yeah.
And then I can already hear his anticipation to tell us all about it because of his choice opinions. Hive.
Oh man, so this is a tricky one too because I have played a lot of games in my time. I mean, we all have obviously, but some of them like stick with me more than any others. One is gonna be Bayonetta 2, obviously, and one of them is gonna be the first Nier game. Um, Spoilers for Nier Replicant, by the way, but the first Nier game is well, actually, I think I can talk about this. It's just, dude, the music, like the story, Emil's story will always break my heart, and like seeing Emil in Nier Automata fucking crushed me, but made me happy at the same time. Cause like he was just a kid that was trying to feel love, and ended up fucking spoilers. Sorry, I gotta say this, but dying technically. And I fucking hate Devila and Popola for what they did. Fuck them.
All right.
But also Bayonetta 2, um, because there's so much personality there. Like the music, it's amazing. Like the Moon River like climax remix, like Tomorrow Is Mine, and just like the visuals of the game, like the set pieces and all that is pretty insane. A screwball I will put in here though is Super Mario Odyssey, because that game made me cry.
Super Mario Odyssey
It
is.
was
Sorry, go for it.
when at the end of New Donk City, like this concert goes on, and I legitimately started to like tear up and like cry. I don't know. I felt so happy. Like it was just like, damn, this game's fucking
This game
perfect,
slaps.
dude. Yeah, like holy shit. Like I'd have to say those three games are my 10 out of 10s. Like
All right.
please
Okay.
play these games. Like everybody knows, especially the like first Nier game. Everybody knows about Automata. Like, yeah, it's a good story, but fuck, dude, the first Nier was like, it fucking put a hole in my chest.
So, um, before I go on to mine, I understand, Skittles. If you are able to talk, yours is going to be The Witcher 3. And do you want to talk a little bit more about like, as as to why it is it's in your collection of 10 out of 10s? Let's see. I can see some typing. Okay, but if anything, I'm going to add into it because yes, I have heard you gush. I'm going to add into it after I want to hear from everyone else. So, Rogue, right here. You're saying the entire Storm series.
That's right.
Go ahead, tell us a little bit more.
Honestly, you can't really go wrong with Naruto. Well, except for maybe his kid, but we're not talking about that. Jason. You already know that it's complete utter shit.
You knew that was coming, Rogue. You knew.
Yeah, when are they
But
gonna make a show about Boruto's dad? That's crazy.
yeah, it's gonna be the next generation. Hey, what do you think the show is gonna be with Boruto's dad and also Sadara's mom?
Oh no.
Jesus Christ, Dad.
God, this thing. Okay, but seriously,
Go on, go on, go on.
the entire Storm series. I got Storm when I was like what, 15. The minute I popped that thing in, I was like, "Yep, this is gonna be an entire thing. I will never give this up. There will be nothing wrong with it." And so far, there has really been nothing wrong with it. It was just great.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
agree.
stories, the quick time events, well, not all the quick time events, but I really wish that they brought back the clash system back from Storm One.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Class
I totally agree with, because like, dude, the Storm games they looked like really fucking good too, like ridiculously good. Like whoever was like on like the design like art direction team for that shit, they need to like, I don't know, a fucking raise or something, because it's like some of the like the points in that game would look better than the fucking anime. It's like, damn, this shit is hype as fuck.
Yeah, especially when you know, in, what was it, Storm 2, Storm 3?
I
Or Storm
can't
2.
remember.
Naruto punches Obito in the face.
I
Yes,
believe that was
He's
Storm
back.
2.
Yeah, he's backing that fist with a lot of heart and a lot of feelings behind it. And like I'm just thinking, oh Lord, oh shit, he's One Punch Man.
Well,
Jesus, that was great. That was the best punch. That was
But
probably the best punch in the
it
entirety of the quick time thing.
it took me a hot minute to realize that you guys were talking about the Naruto ones until I heard like anime and like the Boruto and stuff. But then I realized like
Yeah.
yeah, no, I agree 100%. The there were certain like ways, especially for the animations for a lot of the jutsus, and not just like for the main characters, because main characters are always gonna look good. But I'm talking about like, okay, some of my favorite people in the entire Naruto series are the Sound Ninja 5, and it fucking sucks that any other video game they're in, they're like deduced to like having like shitty animation for their jutsus and stuff. But in the Storm games, you have like the fucking oh my god, Kidomaru, the fucking spider one, who actually has like really good looking animations for his jutsus.
Yeah, like they went crazy with like the Storm games. And honestly, there's not a lot of good anime games. Like
There's not.
Games
Well,
like
hold
based
on.
off
Let's
anime.
not hold on. They're actually
Rogue.
coming out with Demon Slayer, which is made by
That
the
game
same
looks so
people who made
cool.
Huh,
Yeah.
Okay,
wait.
wait. I'll let that one slide. I'll let that one go. I'll let that
Yeah,
one go.
look it up, dude. It
Excuse
looks
me?
so cool.
Oh yeah,
Look it up. It
Demon
looks
Slayer.
so
You know the
cool.
team that
What?
makes, yeah, the
Yeah,
team who
no,
makes Storm.
no. There's
The entire
actually gonna be a
Storm,
Demon Slayer
they're
game, and it's
making
actually gonna look
those.
really good.
Okay.
Like the
The whole
screenshots
team
don't
that's
do it
making
justice. You
that
gotta
makes
watch
Storm
people
is
play
making
it.
a Demon Slayer game. So
Uh,
basically, we're actually gonna have this.
It looks so
Mhm.
cool.
I'm
It
going to be
actually looks
excited
really
for
good.
this.
Yeah.
It actually looks really
Um,
good, and it plays kind of well.
I wish there were
The
better One
animation
Piece
is just
games.
great.
Oh
Please.
man,
Good One
yeah.
Piece
God,
game.
like
It's one of those. I agree 100%. It's one of those like, man, why does some of the best One Piece animations gotta be in a Jump Force?
They need to
Mm.
stop
No.
trying.
Okay, no, for fighting games.
They need to stop making One Piece games like open worldish. Just make them like the Storm games, and that'll fucking sell like hotcakes, bro. Because like so much crazy shit happens in One
Make
Piece.
them like fighters. Make them like fighters.
Fighter Z.
Like,
Okay, yeah, that one's also
yeah,
really good.
that would be cool. But
thank
like,
you, thank
si-
you,
if
thank you.
if the One
I
Piece
still
games were
don't
like
think-
the Storm games, like the fucking slight spoilers, but like the first time like Luffy and Kaido clash, that shit would be crazy looking. In a
Right.
fucking game, dude.
So here, home. What were you saying, Zen?
You know what? You guys say Fighter Z, but you know what? Y'all played Legacy of Goku 2 or Boost Fury, so you can.
Wait.
Now allow me to add this.
I did.
Now allow me to add this.
Those games were fucking amazing.
It
That
is-
was a
They were.
great
They
adaptation
really were.
of
Huh.
like an anime game.
There is
I
also
kinda
a
regret
shame.
skipping over that.
Okay, there is also a shame that none of you are mentioning fucking one of my favorite Dragon Ball fighting games of all time.
If it's Tenkaichi, I apologize.
It's
Tenkaichi
Budokai Tenkaichi 3.
Yeah.
Okay then I still apologize
But
because I also
but I
played
still
that.
I still wouldn't fucking say that's above Legacy of Goku 2 or Boost Fury. Fuck that, okay?
Dog.
Because those made you actually feel like you were in the fucking game.
I mean,
The fucking may I just drop this, the repertoire, which was the roster in that game. And not just that, every single one of these guys had fucking good, decent animations. There was a clash system where your actual beams, if they collided, you could actually push against each other. And if you also got too far, yeah, the beam struggle. And if you got too close into combat with like a specific moveset, you would also begin like a button mashing thing where you're like just going at it with each other.
So that
the
doesn't
beam
really happen.
clash and what was it
Doesn't really
called? I
happen
can't
in
remember the
Fighter
other
Z,
one,
but it does cancel the beams out. But you don't clash, but like it does cancel the beams out. Now hits do clash
Yes.
in Fighter Z, which is pretty cool. Also, there's like a pretty good anime game on the PS2, I think it was, and it kind of sucks like talking about this considering what happened, but Berserk Millennium, I think it's called, or something like that. It was really pretty neat game. It's like a hack and slash game for the PS2, I believe. I don't know if it's like Berserk something.
Millennium Falcon Arc.
Berserk Band of the Hawk? Yeah, that one.
I also
Yeah,
gotta be careful,
okay.
Han.
You have to be.
Yeah, I have to be careful with like Berserk stuff.
No, Band of the Hawk is the recent one. Actually, the one for the PS4, I believe. Look up Berserk PS2. Can't remember the name. I don't know if Band of the Hawk was good. I've never heard anybody talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. This one was pretty cool.
Oh, I
There's
think
a-
it. just berserk.
As far as like obscure ass like anime games too,
Oh yeah, Millennium Falcon.
Dot Hack.
Oh.
I
Dot
fucking love
Hack.
Dot Hack, dude.
I've played
Yes.
so much of that shit, and I have almost every game. I'm just missing the 4th game of the first series, but
I'll say,
yeah.
oh.
I mean, like,
Uh,
Dot Hack GU was good and everything too, but I'm talking about like from the beginning, Dot Hack Infection,
I fucking
the
love
first
Dot
4 of
Hack,
that
dude.
series, and then Dot Hack GU came afterwards, which expanded upon the shit too.
Yeah.
mhm. So
It all was crazy.
here, we have a bit of a latecomer, but Nixian is finally here, who you'd all recognize from our Tuesday games. Nixian, you've come aboard as we've been talking about games growing up. We've talked about our first video games we ever played. The game, like your lowest low playing video games, your highest high, and what was the game that kind of really sunk you in. And right now we're talking about video games that you would be like, these are your 10 out of 10 video games and your favorite video games of all time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so we're also kind of just we're just also going off a rant. We're talking about Dragon Ball Budokai, like in fighting games in general, but just quickly going back onto the Budokai Tenkaichi. One other thing I also liked about this roster, if you guys take a look at the very bottom of this, there's clearly characters that are also banned.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that was interesting was you could get Gogeta, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, because in this game, if you had, so the way it was that you would assemble a team of 5 people, and if you had 2 people that could do a fusion or like Potara earrings, and you do a specific input, you would fuse 2 of your roster members into one, becoming the fusion form, and so that's how you would get Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, by getting fucking Goku and Vegeta. But at the same time, one other member of your roster could also be Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and then you'd get these 2, fuse them, and you'd have 2 of them in your roster. Hence why he was banned.
So not only did you have to fight one that was a little bit weaker, but you also have to fight the other one that hasn't been touched yet.
Yes.
Which made it so much harder.
I wish Super Saiyan 4 was a canon transformation because it looks so fucking cool.
It really does.
It does.
Fuck.
Just it makes me sad every time I realize that it's not canon.
Fuck GT haters. GT's good.
I actually really like
Be canon. Make Super Saiyan 4 canon right now.
Don't say it, Rogue. Don't say it.
All right, guys.
Hey, I've
we
already
know.
said controversial things. This.
Oh yeah, he's already said. Hold on. Allow me to enlighten you, Nix. First off, I don't know how your opinion is this, but I am very much die on the hill that Digimon is better than Pokemon, and also that Bayonetta is better than Devil May Cry.
Okay.
That's fair, but God of War is better than both of them.
Nixie, I understand that you're wrong, but like,
Hey man,
Bayonetta is just better than Devil May Cry.
Fucking actually have some good story with the Devil May Cry.
Oh
Bayonetta also has a good
Here we go. Here we go. Here's the
That's what I'm saying though. Is if you guys want to argue, I mean,
Okay, here,
God of War
here.
did it better than both. So
Okay,
Also, it's kind of weird because Bayonetta was,
you want some
you know,
popcorn?
made by the people who pretty much made DMC. So
Mhm. So here, allow me to, so here, I'm gonna go ahead and explain that I've been listening to a lot of your guys's, but there's a few reasons as to why I really like, how do I put it, why video games will always resonate with me, and there's one huge thing. You guys all have like the stream up, so you guys can hear any sounds that come out of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much, I believe.
Okay.
Let me
Let's see
Yep.
if you guys can hear this. And almost all of you would probably know what this is, just from how popular the soundtrack is alone, and so forth. I'm gonna also have to like only play like 10 seconds of it because of fucking DMCs. But ready?
Yes. I understand. Oh.
Yeah, Persona.
Yeah.
Yes.
I understand. I know what
Come
it is.
on, man. Come on.
anyways,
Yeah, you better stop that
here.
before you get DMCA.
Right?
anyways, Persona 4 is bad. P3 is better.
Okay. Now here. Now let me finish. Let me hold my piece. So, there are some video games that for me really can just instantly pull me in, and Persona was one of those. Persona, Royal came out. I think it was like when the pandemic was like about to be a thing, right? And like we were all going under lockdown. That Royal was released.
I believe so. Yeah.
And so, A friend of mine had I had bought Persona 5, the original one, like a year before Royal came out, or if not like the year that it was coming out. And I never touched it. I, for the most part, like kind of just like, oh, I'll pick it up eventually. And quarantine happens, and it was one of those things where, do you guys, do you guys ever have that whole moment where you're like, I spend so much time on my computer, I just have to get off because it just, I'm bored of being on my computer. I don't know if it is how it is for some of you, but for me, it was, I went from doing my field work, where I would drive around Southern California, go into different stores, and then I'd come home and be on my computer, and that was my relaxation. But because of the way quarantine was, I got shifted to doing at-home work. So I was on my computer all day looking for words.
Yeah.
And this is one of my lowest lows in life because I was just looking at documents all day. I dropped all my D&D games for like up until July from when like quarantine had started. And it was like, I hated it. I hated not wanting to do D&D. I hated not wanting to play video games on my computer. And so I was like, I need something that allows me to distract myself that's not on my computer. And so, sure enough, the console's right there. I put it up, finally turn on Persona 5 for the first time, and boom. Get hooked. Get played. I fucking finished it. And sure enough, another friend of mine who was also going through the same thing, we both played Persona 5 at the same time and started at the same time. We both ended up finishing around the same time. We both fell in love so much that I'm like, you know what, I have to play Royal. I understand there's a whole new aspect of the game. There's a lot of quality of life changes. I bought Royal as soon as I finished Persona 5, and I was under this assumption that there was going to be like some data transfer. But no, it was like you get a small boost in the beginning, right? And so I did then an entire playthrough of Persona 5 Royal, and I actually fucking platinumed by doing a third gameplay through 100%ing Persona 5 Royal. I did 3 full playthroughs of Persona 5.
That's like almost 400 hours.
You know what? I take it back. The one thing that really frustrated the fuck out of me the most in any video game was Persona 5 Golden having to fucking get voice lines for the fucking trophy.
Yes.
Fuck that!
So
Completely. I still haven't done that. Fuck that shit.
I never had I have a few games that I put in the top 10, but I think as much as I love my other 2 top 10s, I have to put Persona 5 up top because Persona 5 for me had a soundtrack that I never got tired of. It had animations and visuals that were just fucking great throughout the entire gameplay of it. Gameplay, I'm already a huge fan of RPGs, so this JRPG really took me away. And overall, I felt so fucking connected to this story that when by the time I had finished the first one and I was moving on to Royal, I was like, oh, I gotta see these quality of life changes because now I know what I'm doing rather than the first one. And I managed to get the ending, and I fucking cried, like, going through all of it. And then going around for round 3. Round 3, I didn't cry, but it was definitely like, I'm now seeing things through a new perspective because I have this New Game Plus stuff. Persona 5 for me is 10 out of 10. That is my all-time favorite.
Another 10 out of 10 game, Persona 3. I can listen to Iwa.
I was actually about to.
I don't think you.
I can listen to
Here.
Iwatodai Dorm all day. The music in Persona 3 is amazing. The story in Persona 3 is amazing. The character is amazing.
Is Persona 3 the one where it has the gesture that I can't do on stream? Yeah.
Persona 3 is the edgy Persona, but it's a good edgy. It's edgy done right.
And here.
And it's really sad. Literally in the opening of the game, you're seeing Yukari trying to like thinking about killing herself. She has a fucking gun like pointed at her fucking forehead.
Here.
Like it sets the tone so well.
If I may, there is one other thing I will add into the Persona. I love Persona 5, but I don't love the Persona series. Persona 5 was a huge thing. It came out in just the right time, and anyone who plays Persona 5 knows that Mementos is probably the most lackluster aspect of Persona 5, but in Royal they changed it up to make it less tedious and it's more enjoyable because now you can just ram through it fucking enemies and just instantly kill them for EXP. So when I play
does that.
yes, so when I played Persona 5 and I did all this stuff and I heard that Persona 4 was coming out and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be really cool." I went through the first dungeon and I'm like, "This is okay. It feels like I'm kind of just in Mementos right now." And then the next dungeon and I just stopped. I couldn't finish my Persona 4 playthrough because I was like, these dungeons, they are themed nicely, but I fucking don't like them. I don't like this, like, if I wanted to play a roguelike dungeon thing, I would play a roguelike dungeon thing. I loved the actual fixed structure place that Persona 5 had, and it just sucked because it made me think I was just back in Mementos, but it's like the Mementos is the whole game.
You probably like P3 then. You'd probably like P3 then.
P3 actually has like a fixed thing.
Yeah, it has Tartarus, and you like go up the levels, and yeah, it's fixed. You know, it's not like random every time.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, but here, so that at least was my all time, and I had to open it up with that. But if I had to go for at least my other 3 10 out of 10s, probably 4. 1, I can't not talk about this, and it's The Witcher. The Witcher 3. I fucking... The Witcher 3 is a weird one. This is one where if Persona 5 pulled me in right away and kept me in for hours and hours and hours, The Witcher 3, it wasn't until my 5th playing reset of the game that I got into it. And then what I mean by like reset is like I picked it up, I started it, oh, I'll come back to it later, months down the line. Oh, it's been so long since I played it. Let me just restart it, pick it back up. Okay, I'll continue another time, move on later. I had borrowed 2 friends. One friend had let me borrow it, gave it back to him eventually. Another friend had let me borrow it, gave it back to him eventually. Borrowed it from the first friend again, gave it back to him. Bought it on PC, stopped playing, uninstalled, reinstalled later, that's fucking a lot. And then finally got into like just, you know what? I've done this too many times with this game. I've done this too many times. I have to fucking commit to playing this game. And so when I committed to playing it, I like after a certain point I was just like, man, I'm a fucking idiot. Why did I ever put this game down? And it was perseverance. And it's kind of always this like this gnaw in the back of my head that The Witcher 3 is something I should be playing, but I didn't. And it ate at me until the point where I finally committed to doing it, and I fell in love with the world. The soundtrack is very nice. It's not like your pop and jazz one like Persona, like the Persona series are known for, but the soundtrack does a very good job of making you feel immersed into the world. And when you talk Witcher 3, you can't avoid the fact that it has a really solid combat built into it.
Going back to like Persona, Persona's the only JRPG like turn-based action game I can fucking like play. I don't know what it's about. I'm trying to get into them.
It's
like I just don't know if I can't find the patience for it.
I get you. It's there's a certain niche that some video games and certain genres fill that's what pulls you into it, and then that kind of becomes your gateway. But even then, it's never like enough because the other games just pale in comparison to what got you in.
The weirdest part for Persona though, I like doing all like the everyday stuff, like going out and like
it's the take your time aspect of the games.
Yeah,
but
like doing like the school questions and all that. I love those parts the most.
But I want,
also,
but
the social links are cool.
Yes, and so the idea with The Witcher is that beautiful, amazing soundtrack, combat's very good. Another game that I actually fucking cried at. Because I actually do legitimately care about how you guys do. You guys are good with Witcher 3 spoilers, right? It's been out for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I don't really care.
Hive, what was that?
Oh yeah, I'm totally fine.
All right, and Zen, you're good, right?
What?
I'm like I'm about like I know it's been out for a long time, but I care about spoiling The Witcher 3 for anyone who hasn't played it. But I'm pretty sure you have, right?
Nah, you know, like I know Geralt dies, so I mean whatever.
Okay, so I myself when I was playing through, I understood that there was a quote unquote good ending, and so when I thought I got it, I was looking up online, and people were like, that's like the average ending. That's the ending that everyone gets, where it's like it's not the worst one and it's not the best one. And a friend of mine had explained to me what the best one was, and I'm like, I get it. I guess that's the best ending, but like I like the idea of like having Ciri go with you as a Witcher rather than Ciri becoming the queen. It's very much just the family sticks together type deal. But as I grew up and like it's my opinions of each of these things just change bit by bit. That's it. Uh-huh.
It depends on what ending you get, anyway. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First ender, I got the family ending. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Looks like we're about to have another guest who's about to join us.
So, speaking of endings, Dark Souls 3, King of Hollows ending, one of my friends said that they got that accidentally, and I'm like, how the fuck could you do all those arbitrary tasks that you need to do on accident to get the fucking King of Hollows ending? What the, that? Because you
I
have to do
mean,
so much like niche, like just out of the
There's no
way
way to do
shit.
stuff accidentally.
let's talk about some real G shit, okay? Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Oh yes. Oh
Go on.
god.
I was gonna say
The
God
fucking
of War 3, but all right.
the real fucking like secret endings and shit like that. Like,
Whew.
dude, back in the
Tell
day,
me.
like there was no like ways to figure this shit out like online or anything like that. No, you had to like go by word of mouth. So I first played that game, I was like, man, this game's ending kind of sucks ass. And then like 2 months later, my friend came up and goes, hey, did you get to the upside down castle? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, upside down castle?
Huh?
Not even shitting you, dude, man. Like, that was some wild stuff, and it just kept on getting better and better. And I was like, alright, bet.
I think Symphony of the Night is peak Castlevania.
Peak Castlevania.
It is. It is.
Let's see.
I gotta
was
get
about
going.
this.
I need to get some sleep, because I gotta be up tomorrow to take somebody to Build-A-Bear.
All right. You
I
have
was
yourself a
about
good
to,
night, Zen.
Yeah.
You rest well, you legend. You legend that you are.
Mm. And let's see what else. I think if I sorry, go for it, JTR.
I was gonna say one more thing about the getting mad topic, and I was gonna say something about Mortal Kombat 9 again.
Okay.
Never do challenge 100.
Challenge 100.
shit.
Never ever do challenge 100.
I agree.
And if you do, you will
with
hate
JTR.
yourself.
That, yeah.
Let's see.
It is
I promise you.
infuriating.
MK9.
I promise you.
Challenge 100.
Yes. Mortal Kombat 9, challenge 100.
Challenge Tower. Challenge 100. Meteor Combat. Defeat your opponent.
Whoa.
Fireballs will randomly fall from the sky, and fireballs will
That's not the
leave
one.
players burning for 5 seconds. Let's see. This says
Are you talking
Mortal
about Shao Kahn?
No, that's. Are you sure that's the right one?
You talking about Shao Kahn, GTR?
Yeah, I'm not too
Like
sure.
the hard, like the hardest.
Oh no
version
no
of
no
Shao
no no
Kahn?
no no no! It's 300. My bad. I thought
Oh,
it
yeah.
was 100.
So 300.
But-
End a game. Defeat your opponents, and it's Goro, Kintaro, Melina, and Shao
that's the
Kahn.
one. Yes.
So wait,
oh
let
my-
me explain something. Let me explain something here. You get no breaks in between these people. You get no health back in between these people. All you can do, is kill them off one by one, and pray that you have enough health for the next character.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the tower. Shit.
300 specifically. I'm never doing that again. I will never go back.
To interject, JTR, not about the game, but damn, Discord is a bitch.
Yeah, it
that
really
is-
can
that
be.
is- that is very true.
Here, let's see.
But Yeah, never do challenge 300 on the challenge tower in Mortal Kombat 9. You will hate yourself and you will regret ever doing it.
Oh, well, yeah.
All right. Here, at least let's adding on to like my list of games. There is one game that is in my top 10, that is in my 10 out of 10 that I actually knew how it was gonna end. I like I wasn't shown to an entire walkthrough, but I was explained like how the level design was and everything. So I knew an extensive bit of the game, its enemies, and a bit of the story. But wow, is it different to hear it than it is to play it? And people say it's a completely different thing to play it than it is to hear about it. But I don't think it speaks any more true than to Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight has
Man.
Hollow Knight has fucking
Ugh.
outstanding music that is both
Yep.
somber, melancholic,
Yep.
and depressing at the same time.
Yep.
It
It's
is
like
sorry.
you're at a crossroads whenever you hear that music. You don't know how you feel about the music. You just know that it's really good. Well, that's how I felt about it. But like, it's just like it's a mix of those three things, and I'm just sitting there. How do I listen to this, and how do I react to it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I really like it, but it's so depressing at the same time.
And sorry, Hollow Knight kind of scratches that itch where it's the same way where like the Dark Souls world is very fleshed out, but it's also like you're in a very fleshed out world that's in its crumbling stages. That's what Hollow Knight is to me. That Dark Souls was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the topic of music, games, dude. Okay, so the Nier games, both of them have really good music, and someone needs to do like a wellness check on fucking, our boy Taro for making these games and the music and the ideas he comes up with, because I don't know what's going on in that man's head, but I don't know if you saw like his ideas for Monster Hunter and like story bits, but like in like Monster Hunter Rise like one of like the twins die and like the music in the hub there's no more vocals anymore and shit like that, like if you were to like make the game. But the music in Near like Automata, that shit is depressing as fuck. um Same for like the first Near game. I think they did better with the music in Near Replicant, which is like the remake or whatever.
Mhm.
But uh Dark Souls, the music in that for the boss fights, crazy,
Oh, fucking Dark.
insane.
So, so this is at least going back to the whole. Hollow Knight was an interesting game because, at some point you hit like a puzzle where yes, technically you can come back to this when you have power ups later, and that's kind of the whole thing with like Metroidvanias, right? Metroidvanias in general is you come back and you go to you reoccur. There's reoccurring locations, but because of your progression and power ups you get, it's an entirely new way to explore them. Hollow Knight, man. Let's see. Hold on. Talking.
Hollow Knight does that and just takes it to a whole new level. Technically.
Oh, speaking of like sound in game, playing Bloodborne, and when you kill the wet nurse and you realize you just killed a baby, is like
Nice.
wow.
Right. Here
I
we
love
go.
Bloodborne. I like played it like all the time.
Yeah. And so, let me see. I'm right now.
Also, I'm on the boat that Bloodborne has no like good ending.
Yeah. Bloodborne. Well, it's that. That's
What do you
kind.
mean?
That's kind. Well, here.
The
Eldritch.
best ending is becoming an Eldritch Horror.
Right. Exactly. Hold on. Let me go ahead and drag. Here we go. Everyone, this is my good friend Steve. He is someone who has been around for a while, and when it comes to talking about, when it comes to having a way with words about your favorite stuff, I like hearing his. I like hearing the way he goes about his things.
But when I say good ending, I mean like happy ending. There's no
Hello,
happy ending
Steve.
in Bloodborne.
What's up?
Hey,
Hello.
Steve.
Right now we're what was it? Hive here was just explaining that he's on the side that Bloodborne has no quote unquote good endings because they're all considerably bad or weird. What was your take on
Especially
Bloodborne?
if you have the DLC, when you kill an Eldritch God's baby.
Mm-hmm. What was
I don't
your
know. To be frank, like the whole story, I only got like parts and pieces of it just because like I think it was Art who explained it to me. Like he was explaining to me like the concept of the fucking eyeballs and everything, like how it symbolizes knowledge and like sight and like gaining more of it gave you more insight, but also drove you insane.
Mhm.
I thought that was a pretty cool premise, but like he had to explain it to me. I didn't get that just from playing the game. I just played the game. It was one of those, for me, like the Souls games, that I think it's more entertaining just playing through it than, and separately listen to the lore.
Well
Like,
then here,
I can't do both.
I think that's a good idea because a lot of the Souls lore is very sad.
well then, if anything, so when you did get to the end of Bloodborne, like what would you say your general like look on it was? Was it confusion because of the way you got to the like what had happened at the ending?
Oh, absolutely. I was just like, what the hell did I just do? And like, I have no idea what was going on. I was just like, wait, what just happened? Like at least with the Soul games, it's almost self-explanatory. It's like okay, you could choose to end humanity or start something else. With this game, I was just like, what the fuck? Like what did I just do? Like what's this baby? Like what's going on? Like
I know.
I had more questions than answers. That's the type of game it was.
Exactly. And so I was just kind of agreeing that cosmic horror generally has that place where I don't think there is such thing as a cosmic horror story that has a a good ending because that's just the way the genre is built up to be. The genre regardless makes you always understand that your insignificance is like is the huge thing.
So is the thing
Cosmic horror
understanding
tends to
or
be
not
very
understanding?
Yeah, so the
sad.
best ending is becoming a Eldritch God. At the
So
end.
here
Well,
it
even
on.
then,
So it
Cosmic horror
is
tends to be sad.
yes, it is the lack of understanding that makes cosmic horror good. That makes cosmic horror cosmic horror. But I think understanding at least understanding the madness behind it, is a huge part about appreciating Bloodborne's quote unquote best ending. Right? You're supposed to accept that you are a baby Eldritch God, and you will become something bigger, even if it's not fully within your grasp why it's good. But
Just because you mentioned that, it reminds me of that music video that you showed me that one time. About
Fantasy by
those two people who
DYE.
jumped in the pool.
yeah, I think
Oh, yeah.
anyone who's
Or
seen
four
it, like,
people.
yeah, it's like four people who like jump into a pool and they wake up in like this whole other dimension, and it's I think what the final person when they get in there, their eyes get like obliterated because of the vastness that was everything.
Exactly. Nothing was explained. There was more questions than anything else. Like it was just
Yeah, DYE.
Here, what was
It
what was
was just
that?
weird.
What was that, Skills?
Pretty sure the song is made by DYE.
DY
I think it's
DYE.
called Fantasy by
Fan-
DYE.
I'll pull it up.
Another one too that's pretty
Fantasy Die, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
That
right
one.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, but so right now I was kind of going through at least right now the topic on hand is games that are your 10 out of 10s and why they are your 10 out of 10s. I already feel like I know one that's coming up for you, but what would be some of yours if not one of yours, Steve?
I mean, yeah, definitely number one would be Chrono Trigger. It's just a really good all-around game. But I think what I liked about it was obviously at its time it was innovative. Like it just had a lot of more creativity than most games, generically RPG games. Just because what it did, there's like most Final Fantasy games, for example, they just you press a button, it does a skill. Where Chrono Trigger, it actually had like combos where it's like two characters could do like a dual skill, three characters could do like a triple skill. I don't think a lot of games had that, and also the fact that it had multiple endings, the characters were completely fleshed out. They went through a whole series, whole arcs for characters. Like every time you meet a new character, they have like an entry arc. Later on, you go back and you kind of further that arc, and then there's a closure arc. But that's the really cool part about this game. It's all optional. Like you could decide to defeat the boss at I think like 3/4 of the game in, you could just be like, hey, I want to fight the last boss. Screw it. And you'll get an ending like that. You could literally beat the game, and then you could go back and try to fight the boss again at like just New Game Plus and beat the boss, and you'll get an ending right there. if you do certain things at certain times, you could get completely different endings. So this game basically, in my opinion, like it has everything: nostalgia, great soundtrack, of like fleshed out characters, which Argo, in my opinion, makes a good story when you have a fleshed out character.
Mhm.
So that's just why I think it's holistically it was a really good game.
All right, all right. And then would you say there's anything in more recent video game stuff that would definitely scratch that 10 out of 10 itch or get close to it? I already, in case you are wondering, the one I led with was actually Persona 5 for me.
You know, in retrospect, I don't think it's a 10. I think it was a great game. I think it was a very, very fun game. I, when I look back on it, when I think back on it, it seemed heavily grindy, and that's probably why I liked it. And that's why I can't say like this is like a game for everybody.
Yeah.
I could definitely see like, you know, like people who are not into that will definitely not be a fan of it. So it's definitely more for like a RPG person. Like whereas I can't think of the game right now. There was a really good game that I played recently, and where I could say this is a little bit more like friendly for everybody.
Well, what did you do in the game if you were trying to? Because I'm pretty sure all of us would know what game you're talking about if you describe it.
Oh, I'm trying to open it up because I literally forgot. I'm like I have a brain fart and I'm trying to focus on two things.
All right, all right. If anything, while you're kind of looking into that, I guess in the meantime, another game that I would add on to my entire repertoire. So I've gone over the fact that I really loved Witcher, Persona 5, and Hollow Knight. Another game that just game series. Hollow Knight probably would let you all know this, but the Dark Souls series has been something that growing up was really huge to me. There's something.
I feel like that one was a bit obvious.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so there's something about seeing like the depressing world that is Dark Souls, and you are this, you know, you're the one that can overcome these huge obstacles. I can't tell you. I don't. It wasn't the Asylum demon that did it for me. As far as the oh fuck, what is this? It was the Tauros demon on the bridge in Dark Souls 1 that did that for me. Or you're just seeing him like just jump down in front of the bridge. You're like, oh fuck, oh what is this going on? It killed me, and so I die, of course. And finally, round 2 comes up, and I sadly had my demise where I thought I killed him, but he and me both fell off the side of the bridge where there's an actual opening, and the game considered that a loss, and it fucking killed me so badly.
Oh man, that's great.
I was when I played Dark Souls 1, I was a menace to society. Me, picture POV. I invade your world. Giant mom mass, fucking Moonlight Falchion with flippering. I ravioli step, backstab you. You're fucking dead. GG.
Oh my god, I fucking
When I
hate
played,
that.
when I played Dark Souls Remastered, I played as Giant Dead. The best places.
Giant Dead?
Giant Dad.
Oh, Giant Dad. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Was Mass of the Father for the carry ring? You're just completely heavy armoring it up right there.
Yes.
I was gonna say wait, did you find that game you were talking about, Steve, right now?
No, I can't find it.
Oh, it's all good.
Like totally brain
I've
farting.
never been so disrespected in my life until I got parried into Giant Dad in Dark Souls 1, where someone parried me without armor, and then they put all the Giant Dad set on and fucking murdered me. I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just stop playing the game. My career's over.
The society has met its own menace.
Yeah, I met my match.
Here, actually, then, so here, we've all been here long enough that we kind of got the opening questions out of the way. But I guess then, in that case, Steve, what was your first video game you've ever played, and how would you say that impacted you when it was introduced to you?
Mario.
Mario. Okay. What are we talking here? Like, are we talking N64? Are we talking like the NES?
Oh, man. OG, dude. NES.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Nice.
the first Mario. That was cool. I mean, I don't remember it. I just remember playing it. That's it.
All right. All right. Well, then here, if not that,
really?
then what was the one that really pulled you in? Like, I
Well,
think.
then that would be Chrono Trigger. Like, I
Okay.
think I played it when I was like 4 or 5, and I beat the whole game. Like, I don't even remember understanding how to beat the game. Like, when I think back on it, I'm just like, how the fuck did I beat this game? Like, I was like a 5-year-old playing this shit. Like, it just clicked. I think I watched my uncle play it, and I think I watched him play the whole thing, and then I mimicked him, and I just did it. But
Oh,
that's
we're
when I
doing first
really
video.
learned about it. What's up?
Oh man.
We're doing first video games now.
Yes, we're doing the first video games,
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
did
why
we
the
not-
Chrono
did we
Trigger.
ever ask him that question?
No, Nixon came on a little bit
Nix
later,
wasn't here
and so
for it.
Yeah,
Nix
yeah, he
wasn't
got
here
in a
for
little late. Yeah,
yeah.
that's right.
Hence why now that we have the two newest ones, Steve and Nix, who weren't asked the opening questions, it'd be a good way to just kind of segue into Nix. What was your first video game you ever played?
Well, my first video game I ever played was Halo, but didn't really have like any recollection of it until like later. But the very first one that I have memory of playing was Prince of Persia: Sands of Time.
Okay.
Yo, dude, that game is fucking gnarly. Okay, I
Oh
love
yeah,
it.
that game's baller, bro. It's like one of my top 10.
It's so fun.
Well, here. So then, if that was one of the ones, would you say that would also take the title for the one that really pulled you into and like really got you stuck into the video game culture, or was there something
Yeah,
else that
I
did
think
it?
so.
Why is that?
Because the combat was like really fun. I also like the platforming and puzzle sections that were like in between as well.
Mhm.
And also like some really good story to it as well. Like it had like time travel to it like at the end, but like that's like the whole
Yeah.
premise, like time, Sands of Time.
Right, Sands of Time. I'm seeing the two relations that time-based stories are apparently in with Chrono Trigger and Prince of Persia.
Another 10 out of 10 for me. Titanfall 2. That campaign, it made me cry for a fucking mech, dude. Fuck that game, it made me cry.
So here's at least what it is for me. I'm not crazy on first-person shooters. I think the only first-person shooter, let alone third-person shooter, that I could like muster through and make it all the way through was Halo 2. And that's like that was a while ago that Halo 2 came out, and that's the last one that I can remember, at least right off the top of my head, that I loved playing through a lot. Unless like my memory's jogged about something else recently.
Another video game story, Red Dead 2. Arthur Morgan is one of the best characters I've ever seen in a video game ever.
That's right. Oh my god,
I choke up thinking about Arthur Morgan and like that whole story because it hits right in the heart.
Well then, here, interesting idea to then bring up. If you guys were to say one video game that you felt like it's a shame that it had this flaw, otherwise I'd rate it a 10 out of 10. What would be that video game, and what is the big crutch to it that prevented you from taking it to that next level? And whoever speaks up, I guess, lead it.
That's the
I gotta
thing.
think about this one, yeah.
Right.
I
would say if here I'll go ahead and take the lead. For me, how do I put this? As much as I love the Elder Scrolls franchise, and Skyrim still has its replayability nowadays, and sure the bugs are funny and such. Bugs really can break a game, and it leads into the whole. As much as I wanted to, as much as I love Skyrim for it, it still has its bugs. Just as much as I love Cyberpunk, it still has certain bugs that will really do it for me. The story of Cyberpunk is great, the music, and when the game does want to run smoothly, the game will fucking it gives you your entire money's worth for what it's doing. But then you have instances where maybe it's not so much the entire game crashing, because then that would completely dock it down, but it's like the lighting was just off, that it made this one scene that was supposed to be emotional not emotional, because there was a glaring bug that was preventing me from like engulfing in this scene for what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And Skyrim doesn't really have cutscenes, because it's more like just extended dialogue options that you're forced into. Whereas Cyberpunk, these cutscenes, these motion picture, these like $1 million budget motion picture things that you're watching, that's its whole thing. You are in this for the story, and when the story doesn't hit right on the nail, it falls flat, and it prevents me from really enjoying this game to the absolute best that I could have taken it to.
Right.
right? It's like it's easy to say you're like 1 out of 5 video game, and it's always easy to say you're 5 out of 5. But when I ask like 4 out of 5, 3 out of 5, or even 2 out of 5, you have to give it some thought to place a video game somewhere that's not on the immediate extreme ends of the spectrum.
I'm gonna say Dead Space 3 and Lost Planet 3
Okay.
because I beat Dead Space 3, but I only beat it with a friend because trying to go through that game alone is just such a fucking schlock. It's boring, dude. It's boring. It's just not. It's not a Dead Space game. It's bad.
Okay.
It's,
I think it's one of those Dead Space is one of those game series where I planned on also doing a playthrough of, at least blind, because another game series I haven't played either. But what I at least know from 3 is that it was the first one to just be co-op, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun.
And also have
when you have someone to play
microtransactions
with,
as well.
but just playing it alone, I can't do it, dude. And Lost Planet 3 is just it lost its heart. It's no more. Lost Planet 1 and 2, man, fun as fuck. But it lost its luster, it lost its shine.
Right. And so then here,
I got it. I
Okay.
finally got it. It took me a while, but I finally got it. I really don't want to have to bring this character into this at all because I really respect it after all the years I've been playing it. But I have to bring Crash.
Okay,
I have
Crash.
to bring Crash.
So
A specific game too. A specific game. Well, 2 games, but a specific game. Mind Over Mutant.
Okay.
Okay.
Mind over Mutant. That's when, if I remember correctly, this is when Crash, like, there was like they revamped him and he could actually control the monsters he was fighting, right?
Yeah, yeah. And see, okay, I love that game. I love that game to death. And as much as I do, there's still like a couple of flaws. First thing is like it stuck with the story. Well, with the the original story, but not as much as I wanted it to. Like I enjoyed the game. I really enjoyed the game. There was nothing wrong with the game at all. But
Mhm.
it came to like sticking with the story. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. Like, yeah, it's kind of going along with it, but not the way I want it to.
Okay.
And then the second thing is like for the first game, for the first what was it called? It was Clash of Titans and then Mind Over Mutant. So Clash of Titans had this wide variety of monsters and mutants, and it also had a wide variety of like what kind of mutants there were. When Mind Over Mutant came out, all it had was an amped up version of a regular mutant, and that was it. I expected more when it came to like variety of the mutant,
So it's almost
not
like
an amped up version of,
so
not an amped up version of it.
So I would guess it's more it's the game with however much potential it had. It's a shame. Would you say that it's a shame that in the sequel it didn't utilize or like push too far from whatever the first game was, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay. What about Maniacal, Steve? Any of you guys with games that you feel like just they were almost there to being like the game, but they had something that prevented it from getting that far?
Mine would be so it's kind of like a reverse of this Crash game where they pushed too far from what they
All
were
right.
doing.
Which one?
That would be Mass Effect Andromeda for me.
Okay, I can understand that.
That the thing about the game is I actually sat down and tortured the shit out of myself by doing a very extensive playthrough of the fucking thing.
Mhm.
And I realized what the problem for this game was is they had a great spin-off series in the making, but they fucked up in the way of they made it, I didn't like the fact that they made it so open world where you have to go to planets and you do all these. They turned the game into a slog instead of what its series was known for, which was like a story. It was a space opera. This they tried to turn it into, I guess, more RPG than action RPG, and it just didn't fall through. It also with the fact of like when they first released it, it was a buggy mess. So not only did they have like a subpar game, they released it in a very sad state. So it was one of those things where I was like, this had real potential, but it felt so short that I just can't, stick by it.
Okay. And how about you,
That's
Steve?
understandable.
Anything that kind of scratches the idea that I threw at you?
Well, shit, probably Mario Party too.
Okay. And why is that?
Oh, Mario Party, first of all, is dope, but I think the only thing I hated about it, like, it's just like the one little thing, is just like you have to unlock the mini games. Like, geez, dude, just give me the fucking mini games. If I want to fucking
Yeah,
play with my friends,
yeah.
just give that shit to me. I'm not gonna go out of my way and like score like whatever 200 points and buy the mini games individually. This isn't a store. Like, this isn't pay to play. Like, let me just get in. Like,
This
that's my
isn't even
only
for
that's my only
me. This
gripe.
is for me and my friends. Why the fuck?
Yeah, like I'm not. We're not trying to grind to play these mini games. Let's just play.
Right.
And I think that's what number 3 did the best. Like they gave you a catalog. They're just like, here, go for it. You want to play 2 players, 4 players, whatever. Just have at it. Whereas number 2, you literally have to buy it, which is like the dumbest concept for like mini games.
Right.
But yeah, it was pretty dope. The game obviously, that's a small gripe, but like overall, that game is awesome.
Right. I mean, I'd like to say that no game is too small to have the complaints, just as no game is too big to have like the complaints either. Interestingly enough, what are your takes at least on the newest one? Because from what I understand, the newest one still technically the mini games are quote unquote are hidden from you, but when you get them in the roulette wheel, then there you go. And they even have entirely new modes dedicated to 2v2. They have an entirely new area where it's just entirely minigames, and they also just did an update where now you can play online with your friends.
I actually haven't touched the new Mario Party at all.
I'll tell you what, I gotta think of it. They still need to fix. They still need to fix the problem where you can only play with fucking Joy-Con.
Yes, you can only play with Joy-Cons because of the fact that they're motion control based mini games as well.
You can do that with a Pro Controller. Just fucking.
Wait, so is it like each person has an individual Joy-Con, or you need
each person has an individual Joy-Con. So like, let's say for example, the Joy-Con is always held in the side in like the horizontal plane when you're playing standard, but there's some mini games that, because of the way the Joy-Con, the motions are in it, like let's say a very common one that has a very suggestive gesture is one that is about climbing. You hold the Joy-Con you hold the Joy-Con in an upward position and have your thumb placed on on the bumper. Every time you hold the bumper and release it as the Joy-Con is moving upward, it sends your character climbing up to the point where you're doing this motion over and over and over, just shaking your hand up and down while having your thumb release the actual bumper upon moving upward. And from what I can tell, while speed does play a big factor in this, the actual arc of your motion determines how far your character can jump as well. So if you do a big arcs that are very fast, you do climb relatively far.
Yeah, ratchet climbing.
Let's see.
There's a the way that they have that design, that's like a form of actual climbing.
Let's see.
But I know what you mean, the suggestive motion of.
I do have a question after
Okay. Yeah, if we're still talking about this, I think I figured out like one game.
Let me put this up. Okay, Steve, what is it about this that you could tell us? What we're seeing here, the Mystical Ninja 64.
Well, this game it's just it's like literally and like an animated game, like the comedy, it's great. Like just watch the video, it's fucking hilarious.
We're I don't know if you're actually seeing, but the screen share, we actually have it up on the screen share, so we're all seeing it.
Yeah.
Alright, like,
Yeah, and you click on where I'm live, you can see that we just see the character running for the plate right now, interacting with what looks like the remains of the palace.
how can I hear it? Okay, I hear it.
There you go. This is the Triton cell that summons gigantic robot impact. And so
This is probably
yeah.
the first 64 game that it like kind of introduced me to like the Japanese culture and shit, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like literally, it's just that what the fuck factor. But it's probably one of the best games I've ever played. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh my
Like
god.
it's like Zelda except with Asian characters and like a whole bunch of like there's like 5 different characters you can play from, but they're all really cool. They all have different skills.
He did a spin.
Yeah, this dude just like went up into the air.
My
So this is probably the best part.
Okay.
Once again, it's like the most what the fuck.
Okay, that's this. Wait,
What is going on?
what the fuck?
Oh,
What the hell?
did I
Like
take
even the music is fucking great. It literally reminds me of like One Piece and shit. When
Oh my god, it's fucking reminding me of was it Soga
Soga
King?
King and shit,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Here we go.
Is
Start.
this a mech game? I'm confused.
No, it's not. That's the thing. It's like this is like one of the few like mech fighting parts. Like there's like 3 of it.
Okay.
So you get a fight as a mech 3 times, and for some reason he just
Yeah.
calls this weird looking ass pastry boy looking motherfucker. He just jumps
Look at-
inside of it.
God, look at all that primitive geometry.
Oh
They
my
did.
god. Oh my god. So
What the fuck?
Oh my
Once again, like
Um,
it's just fucking weird with
right.
You're right about that.
Wow. Oh, so I could see why there's this wow factor for it, which, okay.
By the
What
way,
the
like
fuck?
going on
this is
here?
the shittiest part of the game. It's just here for, I don't know why it's here, but it's just here. I don't know what the point and purpose of it either. It was just like a weird part of the game. Like the actual game is really cool. I don't know what the fuck this is about. The actual game
Why
is
are the
like 3D.
chasms you have to jump over? I'm confused.
Oh man.
He's
No,
riding
I,
roller skates, by the way.
yeah.
I know he's wearing roller skates, but I don't understand.
Like
He's not
what?
even whacking anything. He's just
Right? It's like he's just kind of colliding with it, and if he does happen to hit something, then it just died to that collision rather than his robot colliding with it.
Oh, I hope he falls, because if he falls, it's great. Like, the animation of him, like, tripping and falling inside the hole is just fantastic.
It's so weird that he's using an opium pipe for this too, because opium is what I feel like I'm on right now.
Oh my god.
What the?
Same.
Hold on. As a side note, he just jumped over a bridge.
Yeah, he was supposed to trip and die, actually.
Okay. Well. Okay. Then actually, that's an interesting thing to at least bring around. I know there was a question brought up, but what is your guys' first, if not your most iconic, what the fuck moment when you were playing a video game?
Oh damn.
I would have to say that would be my first glitch.
Okay.
The first thing that the first glitch I ran into.
Which game?
No, I have to.
I would have to say for me, give JTR some time here to think.
Yeah, I need time. I need time.
The most what the fuck moment for me is with a game called Lollipop Chainsaw. I
Oh,
don't know.
yeah.
It was one of those games I was like, this game looks stupid, but it looks like that kind of stupid that's fun.
Let's see.
And I was right. And
Okay.
The second I started playing this game, I was completely confused. Like,
You
was-
might, Zeno, you might want to
The
watch out
ending
when
is
you're
the
going
most
through.
confusing
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're already
Do I
marked as a
see
not
it?
safe for work stream.
yeah. I got the game used from GameStop. I was like, fuck it. I got 20 bucks in time to waste. Why the fuck not?
Okay.
So I have an answer, and it's another Suda 51 game. Well, there's 2 actually.
Okay.
There's Killer 7, and then there's fucking No More Heroes. When I first played No More Heroes, I have to do what to charge my sword? Do the fucking stop motion to charge my sword. I was
Just
like, what
imagine
the?
someone
Yeah,
walking
yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
fucking,
Okay, no,
Oh, I
no,
remember
no
one.
More Heroes has incredible
I,
music.
I was
Okay.
about to say I
I
finally
think
got
number
mine.
one
I
is
got
just like
mine.
the most
Alright, I'll
well
go
put
after you,
game.
Chitio.
Here you go for a teacher.
Okay.
Philistine is epic.
Mine was okay. So you remember in GTA 4 when you could run into certain things and you would just go flying across the map?
Okay. Okay.
swing.
Oh, the swing
So I
set.
did this by accident one time. I didn't know they existed. I didn't know they were a thing. I was driving around in a Banshee that I had stolen, of course, and uh, I see this certain spot on the map, and I just start going to. I was just fucking running from. I don't remember what it was, but I know that I was running from something. I looked behind me, and I was heading straight towards one of the glitches. I ran into it, and the next thing I knew, I'm flying across the map, and I have no idea where I
I appear to be in space.
Okay.
am. I was
Okay.
just like, okay, so at least I got away, but where am I now?
Okay. I'll explain. Like I have at least two of this. One of this you guys heard earlier, which was my first time playing Dark Souls 2, and then meeting an invader and thinking that the invader was a friend. Like, oh look, it's someone here to help us. You've been invaded by. What? Why are they red? Are they? Whoa! Look at that. They're coming with their weapon. What kind of weapon is that? Bonk. Oh fuck. Yeah.
Just
But if I were to say what would be my other what the fuck moment, it was okay. I did not this is imagine if you will. I go to my cousin's house, and my cousin is the type of person who doesn't really have their like games organized properly. And so I was expecting to play Sonic Adventure DX. And so blindly just no, oh, look, here's the cartridge. Here's the game CD. Put it into the GameCube. Slap it in. Who's this black hedgehog with a gun?
Oh, the best
Oh,
game.
let's go. Dude, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
Epic.
and like my what the fuck moment was more because I did it. I couldn't believe my eyes. Like, what is happening here? Shadow the Hedgehog just like completely looking. Sonic like dying in front of Shadow in the opening cutscene. And it's just like, what?
So
What's
turns
go-
out you were playing Shadow the Hedgehog. And
The Chad Shadow the
What was the
Hedgehog.
theme for Hedgehog? Shadow the Hedgehog? I think it was like. Oh,
Can you see all of me?
no, it's actually called Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
That's the name of the game.
Yeah, that's the game.
Yeah, hon. Yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog. Fucking. It's
Yeah,
specific-
my favorite game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hon.
Yeah.
Song. It's supposed to be video. I am all of me.
Yeah, I am all of me.
I am all of me.
Yeah. It's like super fucking edgy, and so like my cousin showed me the cover of the game, and I'm like, what is this? Why does he have a rocket launcher? You know.
I feel like dude, Shadow the Hedgehog like was such a crazy game.
What the hell? Why does he have a Lego blast in the cover? I just noticed this.
Why does he have a what?
That's what the rocket launcher looks
Lego
like.
blast.
It looks like a Lego blaster.
Yeah, it does.
Oh man.
Why does he have 9mm? Why is he strapped with a fucking Uzi?
All right.
Oh my gosh,
Oh, so
Shadow
here-
just fucking shot someone. What the fuck?
So here,
Yo, the deagle.
here.
That's an
Yeah.
M1911-45, my friends. That is.
Shadow's about to drop into fucking CS:GO and one dig someone. Oh my god.
Here. I know you brought upon this topic, Steve, but would you say that with what you showed us, would you say that that would still be your what the fuck moment, or is there something else that could top that?
Can I do
Probably
one?
Zelda Majora's Mask.
Okay.
Like, the fucking facial expressions and all the characters is fucking
Oh
psychotic.
yeah.
Like, the moon looks fucking like I don't know what the fuck how to describe that. And just all the characters. Like the first character you meet is a fucking a guy who sells masks and shit, and he's just like he has this normal like smiley face.
Hon.
He has like a very neutral looking face, and then all of a sudden he has like this fucking like creepy ass. Yeah, that's the fucking one on the bottom left. Yeah, right. That's like he goes neutral, like he goes that happy one, and then he goes that fucking psychotic ass looking shit. Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah,
like,
One in the middle.
Yeah.
One in the middle. Top middle.
yeah,
Top middle.
well, they all look creepy as shit to me. But either way, it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
basically those faces. So that that's the first character you meet. So you kind of have expectations for how the game's gonna go based off of that, and not to mention the creepy ass mask in the back. You even see Mario's mask back there somewhere.
Right, like
Yeah.
he's stealing faces more than mask at this point. I think.
But I think
Yeah.
the biggest what the fuck is literally the fact that like I bought this game when I was like fucking like I don't know like 10 or some shit, and like I pop it in, I look to play, and like the first half of the fucking game I'm a fucking Deku scrub and shit. Like I'm a whatever the fuck that thing is. It's like that weird thing with the first character you are. You are literally that thing for a
Oh.
quarter of the fucking game.
Yeah.
I want it to be Link.
Yeah, hold on. I know what you're talking about.
This is
Deku,
right.
Link.
I was
Yeah.
literally like, wait a second, like, when do I get my sword? When do I get my shield? Like, I'm just like this little green shit that could spin. Like,
Right, and you're always
Same.
looking sad, so you're like, I don't want to be sad all the time. Why do I want to look like this?
it's
The
cool
fuck
when
do I
you
look
walk
like
on your own like
Why the
command
fuck
and
do I
shit.
look
but-
like a depressed plant?
I will.
Oh,
I
such a
will.
good picture.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's
What's
that's part of the that's part of the concept art that they did for Majora's Mask, which Majora's Mask. I understand that because I was at like some hotel, some resort with my parents, and they had like a game room, but they only had one fucking console in there. But luckily enough, there were no kids who were in there, so I saw it was like Majora's Mask. I was playing, and like it fucking creeped me out, and I felt weird when like the mask salesman is like, "Oh, so you brought my mask, right?" And like he does the scary face when you tell him, "Oh, that kid has it." What do you mean that kid has it? And he, I fucking lost it, and it scared me, and I like left the game room to go back to the hotel room.
Well, shit, dude.
I don't want to go back to the game
Oh.
room in there. That man in there is
So I
scary.
what the fuck I went blind with.
But Majora's Mask, like, just this is a side note. It is a really fucking trippy game. Out of curiosity, Steve, I'm pretty sure you might have, but you're aware about like the whole underlying message and how each of the stages, each of the main areas of Majora's Mask represent the different stages of depression, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Majora's Mask stages of stages of grief, and so it's
What the hell's that mean?
and so it's explained that so you know how the whole clock town, like when you tell people about the moon that's literally right above them, they are in denial of it. Clock town represents
Yeah.
the denial stage. No one in the city wants to admit that the moon is going to fall on them. The
Okay.
swamp is anger because the Deku scrubs are rushing to kill a monkey to blame all that. They blame all their problems on, yet he had nothing to do with any of them. The mountains is bargaining. The Gorons, freezing and starving, perpetually keep their hope that their dead hero will come back and save them. The bay is depression. The Zoras lost their guitarist and constantly mourn over him. The valley is acceptance. With no more transformation masks, virtually everyone in the zone already dead. The only thing Link has left to conquer is himself. And so it's this thing that people have like gutted this game for because it's supposed to represent the 5 stages of grief as you go throughout the game.
Because a lot of people are under the impression that Link is dead.
Yes, that's another huge thing that like people believe that throughout this game, this is kind of like Link's afterlife. And it's one of those fan theories that I think it's either had mild suggestion that it's true, or some support, like more like Nintendo kind of pushing in that direction after the fans had stated so.
Fuck, I feel like people are reaching too hard.
You'd be surprised. Like
I definitely think this is reaching. I think anybody could create a narrative for anything. Like I could create a narrative for this game being like fucking. I could easily say the same thing. It's like, yeah, like this dude is dead. I could easily say that. Or I could easily say like, it's like it's just all in his head. It could be a dream. Like you could paint so many different narratives. Like
I'm trying to remember how
it's just
Majora's
people
Mask
just connecting
ends.
different dots.
I'm trying to remember how Majora's Mask ends because isn't that what it is, right? You actually wake up or something, or no? How does it?
No, he gets back the mask. The other fairy reunites with the other fairy. And then Link goes off in the woods again. That's basically it.
Kind of reminds me of like how a lot of people think of like the Soul series as like a quest of like mental health and like depression and stuff like that, and like like legitimate like conflict of religion. Like it's crazy.
I
like
I will
Souls
understand.
3
I
things
do
about
understand
the game.
that because Dark Souls is one of those ones where you know there is a plot that's hidden behind the scenes, but due to the fact that the plot is so convoluted and hidden, it opens. I think Dark Souls is one of those ones that it invites make your own story out of it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Solaire is like kind of like a perfect way to kind of go off that theory, considering how his story turns out.
Mhm.
With well, at least my canon for Solaire is that you find him there like with like that bug or whatever, he's going crazy, and the only thing you can do is kill him. You know, yeah,
Well, what? Because there's a way to also avoid that, right? You can actually
because
kill.
yeah,
Yeah, you kill the bugs. You get the
he's
bugs
like he's
first.
trying to find the light, but I kind of I like the bad ending for Solaire more because it feels more realistic, I guess, in terms of like the Dark Souls scenario.
Grim, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think going into that, then I do agree. There's a lot of storylines that just feel more, how do I put it, complete when you look at them in their bad variants, like Sigmire and how his daughter was when in the Sigmire ending, it's supposed to be that you find him at the Ash Lake or something, and his daughter's already there above him, and it's implied that she either found him dead or she killed him, right?
yeah. I think she found him dead.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. If there is one thing I know, the one asshole who I still can't forget from Dark Souls 1.
Ashes?
No. The fucking.
Lautrec
Oh, no. Yes. Oh, you've done it. You freed me.
kills a firekeeper. LMAO.
This is why I just push him off before he kills anyone.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
my
if you save
God.
and quit, you get the ring. Epic.
But if
What's the
you.
first lesson you learn in that game? You always have to observe the way they talk. Or you always have to
Yeah.
spam talk to them. Like once they say something, just keep talking to them and saying, "All right, are you gonna say anything else? Are you gonna say anything stupid? Do I have to kill you now?" But that's the first time I learned that. It's like, all right, I gotta spam talk this guy. Gotta see every single possibility he's gonna say.
Right, there's
And
something.
then when he gets to the point where he starts going, that's when you know he's gotta die.
Yeah. With
Oh.
Soulsborne games, I don't really care much for the story. I'm just a guy that wants to kill everything. The bosses, that is.
In terms of like the whole thing I was talking about, the last DLC for Dark Souls 3 that like ends the series is like that's it. Like
Is it?
you kill Slave Knight Gale, like you finally put him out of his misery,
Yeah.
and you go back to the painter and you end everything. Like that's
Talk about, like.
I fully believe
Sorry.
that Dark Souls is like a quest for mental health, like and stuff like that, like
Wha-
depression and all that.
One thing that I do at least say is, I can't
Well, it's a
agree
sad
on
one.
I can't agree on the mental health because I've never seen it in that way or that light. One thing that I can say is that the Gale fight is definitely like one of my favorite ones to see because, as far as I understand, that was one of the very few times when a Dark Souls game had introduced a quote unquote 3-stage boss fight because you kill him once, he enters his like his scarier state where he now sends out these like waves of people that he's killed at you, but then you get him to a certain point in his health when the lightning and the music, like the crescendo goes up, the lightning starts coming down, and now wherever the souls land on the ground, lightning strikes there like a second or two later, and it's like, whoa, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, I also start using
Yeah,
like
like-
Soul Beat on you or
yeah.
something.
Like
one of the old Dark Souls
Gale is
ones.
desperately trying to like hold on because he's trying to hold on to what little bit is still left of like the entirety of like everything that was in Dark Souls, but it's finished now. Everything's it to ash.
Then here, this is a nice topic to also go off on then. So it doesn't it
Talk about shitty games yet?
oh
I do have a question about that. I think we all we know this one, but who do you like a game that like everybody else hates? Or like
do I
not lot of
like a
people
game
like?
that everyone else hates?
Well,
Do you,
basically
like-
a niche
yeah.
pick.
Mario Kart.
Like a game you like that not
Mario
a lot
Kart
of
is
people do
amazing. Like,
like.
what the fuck?
I
Kart's
make
awesome.
people hate
The
it.
Dynasty Warriors
I make
series.
people hate it. So there's that.
Well, here, it also depends who you play with. If you're really good and you end up playing with people who only lose to you, then there's a reason for people to hate it.
Yes,
I
which is
loved
why
Metal
I
Gear-
say I make
Yeah.
people hate it.
I loved Metal Gear Solid 5 to death.
Okay.
I thought it was amazing. I love it more than like MGS4, which I played a fuck ton of. I've played all the Metal Gear Solid games. But
What's Metal Gear Solid
MGS5 is
5?
my
What's the
favorite.
title for that one?
I think there was like, well, there was the fuck.
Here, let me pull it up.
Oh, I can't remember. So
Metal
there's
Gear
the,
Solid
like,
5.
There's like the demo one or like
The
prequel
Phantom
for it.
Pain.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Phantom
George
Pain. That's-
loves that one.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Well,
That's a popular
here,
one.
if I will, I think so. George is one of those ones also who, you know, the Metal Gear Solid series has always been like a huge thing for him. So George has a critique on all of them, and he clearly like. You know, I'm gonna say a little bit of biasism towards them, but he definitely like looks really well into them. He likes a lot of them. He looks at the faults. He looks at what's good about them, and
He went competitive with that one, I think.
yeah, like one of our friends, for any of you guys who don't, he actually, there was the competitive side of the Phantom Pain. He had like he was in a group that had made it to like some sort of like final round of like a what was it, some big competition that was here, right?
Yeah, it was some tournament or some shit. I don't remember the specifics, but yeah.
the multiplayer was fun, but I was more for like the mother-based stuff when I finished the game.
Oh, okay.
So this shit was fun. Also, I think it was last year or earlier this year where finally all the nukes in MGS5 got disarmed.
Oh shit.
And there was like a special cutscene for it. It was pretty cool.
All
That's
right.
cool.
Well, here, I do like the idea that Steve brought. What would you guys say is the worst video game you yourself have ever played? It doesn't matter if it's something that other people liked. It's something that you yourself could not get into, and in fact, you did not like.
Yeah, I think it's easy to answer that. I think you should narrow it down even further because
Okay,
you could just anybody could just say like whatever game. I think it should be a mainstream game that like kind of similar to I don't know who said
Hive.
it, but like someone else that most people do like. But I think it's the opposite. It's like you don't like it, but a lot of people do like it. Like for example, me, I fucking hate Final Fantasy X. That shit is so fucking garbage. It is garbage. Like
I have.
come
I've
at
not
me.
even
It's
heard
garbage.
I know people who would
I've never
fight
heard
you
of the
if you
game.
said that. I know people who would fucking like fight you day in and day out if you said that. Holy shit.
I will
Okay.
fight someone with this. Please, please play the clip of them talking. Please, just play it. Just play like a 30-second clip of them talking, and if you don't kill yourself,
Final
like,
Final
All right.
Fantasy X. What clip are you referring to?
just the
Oh,
dialogue.
this one! Oh shit!
It's so garbage. Like,
Oh,
dude,
wait, hold
who's
on.
The fucking meme
Wait.
with like the weird ass laugh.
Yes,
do
thank you.
Do FF10 Titus laugh.
No.
Type in
FFN.
FF10 Titus laugh and just click on the video.
Video, dude. No.
Oh yeah, hon.
All right,
Alright,
hold
here
on,
we
I'm
go.
gonna mute myself. I don't want to.
I think for me it's Kingdom Hearts. I do not like any of those games at all.
So the Kingdom Hearts game, it help us out with this a little, babe. What is it about the Kingdom Hearts games that really just like do not do it for you?
Just freaking throws me off to see, you know, Disney characters trying to be serious about fighting and like, oh my god.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Heartless,
yeah.
darkness,
Yeah,
darkness. Look
right,
at
I can
me,
understand
Edge.
that.
Oh, sounds like someone's
Yeah.
heartless.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Sounds
But
like you're a nobody.
Oh my god. Here,
yeah,
go.
see
Go for,
exactly. You want to go next because I'm sure people will make fun of you too for not liking something.
I just saw this meme like the other day. It was like a Kingdom Hearts meme, and it was fucking Donald. It was like the Invincible meme with Omni-Man and Mark. It was Donald standing over fucking Sora. 'Cause apparently Donald's like one of the strongest characters in Kingdom Hearts besides Mickey, because of something
Kingdom
Donald
Hearts.
can do.
oh,
In
of course. As soon as I put Donald Duck meme, it's like.
For Kingdom Hearts with instead of like
Be
the
careful,
Dumbledore.
half the me.
Right? Uh-huh. Kingdom. Fucking this entire the entire Kingdom Hearts thing is just whole tell a Kingdom Hearts fan to tell you the story. Well, you see, in order to understand the story, you have to like piece this together. You have to go through that, go like up and down these loops. You have to play these games, and if you don't, then you you're missing out.
I am
Yeah.
already
Sorry,
asleep.
someone's trying to catch me.
am
I'm trying to
Look up
explain this game
look
for
up Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I believe you.
I always thought Kingdom Hearts was just Final Fantasy with Disney characters. That's why
That's
I
what I
never like
thought
really got
too.
into it.
Okay,
Me too.
I believe you.
That's basically the whole story of Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I believe you.
Um, okay, all right. Before I say this, uh, I love all of you guys. Okay.
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 All right. So, yeah. At first, I used to like this game, but the more it dragged on, and the more I realized I was wasting time, and I'm glad I didn't spend money on this game, and almost money on this game. I realized it was just a game that was bound to die, but people keep it alive for I don't know what reason, but reasons. But yeah, I can't sit with Fortnite anymore. I can't
Fortnite.
do it. Yeah.
That's not really a hot take.
Oh, I can never go
I
with
I
Fortnite.
I think it's just here. Fortnite. I think becomes more popular as a meme culture thing than it does as an actual upholding game. You have people who play it because they're still riding on the coattails of its popularity, and it just begs the question. Okay, I think Fortnite. Okay, I can't even compare this because this is an entirely different community. But um, I am in my own head and comparing the mentality of I'm liking this because it's popular, to some people when they go through their stages of League of Legends, where it's like,
Ooh.
like at some point for me, League loses its drive, and it loses, like, my passion for League dips in and dips and pulls up and pulls down. And so when it's kind of at its lowest moments, it's like, am I playing this game because I like it, or am I playing this game because it's actually fun? And
I know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah.
That's
Arc.
that's understandable.
there's some seasons that just do better than others. I was gonna
Yeah.
say, you know, not to pull you too much here, but how have you been when it comes to like the latest season, if you have played it, Steve?
Oh, like I play it on and off, like literally when I'm bored and I just want to dick away like 20 minutes. That's it.
Mm. Have
I
you?
think Gwen needs a damage buff.
Gwen needs a damage buff. Well, here, would you say you've encountered that going through in your years of League, the kind of like the lowest point you've been in that, the am I really playing this because it's popular, like, or no?
I mean, I play it just because it's fun, but I it ceases to become fun when everything gets too repetitive, meaning when you lose too much or when you win too much,
Okay.
and when you're not playing with friends. Like I think it's most entertaining when you play it with friends. If you play it alone, then you're either grinding or I don't know what you're doing. Like grinding isn't like trying to rank up, or
Right.
if you're not ranking up, then I'm not sure what you're doing. I think
Right.
you're just
Yeah.
deliberately trying to waste time. That's what I think.
My
at least.
problem with League is that I don't see any like reward for like the rank system in League. I don't know what it is. It's just maybe it's just because I prefer um but I don't know. It's kind of weird for me saying this considering I played ranked in Splatoon, but I don't really like ranked games for games that have like
Yeah, I
teams and
never.
stuff.
Mhm.
But like
I
I played a fuck ton of ranked Splatoon, so on
I
a 2
second that. I actually don't like doing competitive and or ranked stuff because of the fact that
Mhm.
if I'm gonna play a game, I'm gonna try to have as much fun as possible before stuff gets too, you know, competitive.
I guess it's like
And like,
Oh.
if I'm going to,
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead and finish your topic. I was gonna go ahead and finish your point. I was gonna go back to the topic because I was also like thinking about what I was gonna say.
okay, um, I was gonna say that yeah, like competitive is where you want to go to like try to make a name for yourself, and trying to have fun is something that you want to do, you know, to enjoy
well,
yourself. And I'd rather enjoy myself than try to make a name for myself. So
well for me it's like I don't want to rely on other have I don't want to have to rely on other people doing good because if if something goes south in League, it fucking goes south real hard, and that's what frustrates me. Um, and I just don't know. It's just
Mhm.
it's different because when I'm playing like when I play ranked in fighting games, I know I can win. Like, but when it's like a team game like League, if something bad, like if I do bad and like or someone else does bad, I know we're probably not gonna fucking win the game.
All right. So one going into the idea of games that are really popular that I myself am not a big fan of. Um, it's not just a game. It's not just like a specific game. It's also a genre of games. I can't do MMORPGs. I can't do them,
Understandable.
and when I tried the biggest, most popular one, World of Warcraft, and I gave it like legitimate tries where I bought it out of my own volition for a month. I had a friend get it to me for a month, and I had a relative get it for me for a month to play with them. The first one was on my own, and the other two were playing with a friend and or a relative, and it just I can't get into World of Warcraft. Something about the way World of Warcraft's RPG system doesn't vibe with me, and it's not like, let's say for example, in most RPG games that you play, you're typically like either the hero or you are a group of heroes if you're playing either with friends or it's a game where you're controlling multiple people. And
Are you applying that to like all MMORPGs, or are you just saying
not
World of Warcraft though?
here. I've done World of Warcraft. I played Final Fantasy 14. I have played the one I played for the longest was Guild Wars, but I eventually fell into the same thing where I just
Guild
didn't
Wars is
like
pretty
it.
epic. Play Fantasy Star Online.
Was it's
Played
just
Maple Story.
yeah. I play Maple Story was another one I did for a bit, and I just fell out of it. I just MMORPGs are hard for me to just really stick with and like, because I feel like another aspect about them is you could say this for any games that have like that do like calendar themed events, but I feel like it sucks when there's an event going.
Wait, you're critiquing calendar themed events?
Oh, sorry. This is just one aspect.
Oh,
But
I was about to say like,
right,
you played fucking Animal Crossing.
right? Okay, here. Correction. Animal Crossing, you can just technically
Wait, is that considered MMORPG?
No, fuck
No.
you.
No.
So here,
No, it's not.
okay, hold on. So
No,
in Animal Crossing, you yourself can skip forward in time, and no one cares about this. Some people,
Oh, time
okay,
travel.
stop
You're a
time.
cheater.
I know, right?
Well.
Okay, whatever. So MMORPGs, time traveling won't really do anything for you because the world is run. As far as the MMO is going, it's running on one specific time. So if it's Christmas, then it's a Christmas-based thing. If there's a specific raid that everyone has to do at this time, and it's not to say that I don't like games that don't put you as the center of attention, because Dungeons and Dragons, there are some D&D adventures and like quests where you're not the main character. You're not the person who's saving the world. In fact, you're someone who's aiding or you're helping in some big like war raid, whatever. It's just when it's put into a video game aspect, something about it draws away from me. Elder Scrolls Online, that was another one I gave a good try, but I just fell out of because I couldn't play it anymore. And if it's not the PvP, because there's always people who will just unifyingly fuck you over, and like PvP games, that's fine, but PvP and MMOs, don't like it. At most quests that like have you doing like fetch that are like fetch quest based, they're super lame, they're super repetitive. Go fucking get my goats down the way and bring them back over here. In an MMO aspect, yeah, right? In a single player aspect, maybe that will lead you to something more. In an MMO, that was quest from NPC number A. There's an NPC in the town yonder that has the exact same quest, but reflavored.
Yep.
I think there were reasons why certain MMOs had me for a little bit, but I just fell out of. The way it was with Guild Wars 2 was that when Guild Wars 2 you'd enter like unique dialogue entrance, it was like a miniature cutscene where you would see the player character that you created talking to people, like, and there was like fluid animation within. I liked it a lot, but nonetheless still fell out of it. Elder Scrolls Online was just primarily because I was an Elder Scrolls and I'm an Elder Scrolls fan, and it held on to my interest because I wanted to do all kinds of stuff. But if you ever take a look at like builds in MMOs versus builds in like single player or like multiplayer RPGs, they're just so different because they have to center these builds around PvP rather than a game that's entirely PvE. They have to make them extremely balanced, and I like, you know, some people really like when you get so strong it's stupid, and some people are okay with having it being broken enough when really you're just on the high end of this balance scale. It's hard for me to do MMORPGs, regardless of whatever game. Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls, MapleStory. The genre just doesn't appeal to me as much as just your standard RPG or your multiplayer RPG.
I like MMOs, but I have terrible, severe ADHD, and that's what keeps me from playing them. Because I can barely sit down and do anything. So like me trying to sit down and put hours into like a fucking MMO and having to grind that shit, bro.
Oh.
Not
Hive,
happy.
Yeah, I hate the grind.
Hive, I gotta stop you right there. You can't tell me you have a hard time putting in a grind when you play something like fucking Dark Souls.
Oh, there's a difference though.
That's not even that much of a grind though.
Okay.
It's different. It's not a grind.
Here, if I may.
Okay.
The grind in MMO is vastly different than the grind in a Dark Souls game, because in a Dark Souls game, you could put there's this weird like risk reward where it's like, I'm gonna go over here, I'm going to fight these things that are really dangerous. You eventually learn their pattern, but one fuck up, you have to like be careful the next time, and if you fuck up again, then there goes your progress, and there's the risk reward of no.
Now,
Why?
there was this certain item in Dark Souls 2, or it's a weapon, and it's at like that poison place. I can't remember the fucking name.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the name of the item, but it's
Gutter.
it's
or some shit.
no, it's a weapon from like those enemies that have like the masks and shit, and it's such a rare drop that like it took me like 3 days to just get one.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's like and also the weapon is fucking garbage. Oh my god, it's so bad. I can't believe I used it, dude.
So you never played
Fuck.
Ragnarok before?
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Cards have 0.01% drop.
But after a while, playing Dark Souls games just became like time trials for me.
Mm.
Like I just run past enemies, do boss. Okay, next stage.
Right. Oh man.
I'm gonna
Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep.
All right.
So,
You have yourself a good
This
one,
was a
JTR.
Great talk.
Takes me a whole week to clean my room.
I'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully.
Later.
Night.
I see.
And so, here, if do any of you else have anything to add on to the whole? My favorite was a game I don't like, despite a very high population liking this game.
Yeah, that would be any type of.
Ooh,
It's
I
mine
got
as
one.
a genre, kind of like Xeno is here, and it's the fucking anything like a Souls, like or Shadow of the Warrior. I fucking absolutely just fucking hate these games
Okay.
with a burning passion. For the fact that it's not because they're too hard. I just don't have the time or the energy. I don't play games to beat my head against the wall, to learn perfect timing, to fucking read wikis and learn how to be the best at shit like this. I don't like these fucking games and then when someone goes like, oh yeah, I tried it, and then you tell them your struggles, they feel the need to be a fucking prick about it. Let's just say, so when I got angry at a game, it was Dark Souls. This was the first game. Dark Souls games are like the kind of games that have made me physically violent towards someone. Where I snapped a controller in half and punched someone in the face.
I'm assuming this
Damn,
entire
you get
mentality,
good.
right? The entire get good mentality is what you're referring to.
Listen,
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say to people. You know, learn the bosses and enemies pattern and just don't get hit.
Here. If I may,
That's
I
what
may,
it comes down
I'm
to.
I'm assuming such a game like where it's just the mentality is get good. Would Cuphead also fall into that line, or does Cuphead also?
is actually hard. Like that shit's actually hard.
Well, then get good.
Cuphead
I
is
had,
a
like-
game
Here,
where-
wait.
Does it?
Here, let Maniacal go ahead and finish the point.
I would say Cuphead is a game that, yeah, you need to learn timing and everything like that, but yeah, no, Cuphead was definitely one of the games that I was like, nope, I can't sit here and just learn boss patterns and shit like that. I have other shit to do, you know. As for, okay, with an MMO, I can go, okay, this takes me about this amount of time, and my progress, and that's another thing, my progress isn't going to be completely erased. I bust my ass to learn all this other shit, get through all these tough enemies. I go to save or rest or anything like that, boom, all that's fucking gone. And
Oh man.
that shit is just fucking irritating as hell to me. So I just do not like these games. Not that I don't, and it's not that I hate everyone that plays these kind of games. Hive is actually one of the more tolerable players.
Mm-hmm.
I just hate the fact when someone hears that you're not good at it or you don't like it, they sit there and feel like the need to make fun of you. Fuck
Right.
you.
There's this alpha mentality to put you down.
Yeah.
Oh, my
There's
question to
definitely
that
those
is like,
players in the
are these
community
soul
that are
games
pretty
not like
annoying.
Mario games? Like you get one chance, you die, you start over. Is that not the same concept?
I think
No.
because here, how often has someone who like this Mario level was really hard for me, and then you hear someone say get good. I don't.
Well, see,
Wait.
when's the last time you actually played Mario? Like, I'm talking about old school Mario. I'm not talking about
Right,
Mario
we're-
64 or
we're-
any of these other Marios. I'm talking about like you die, you fall down, you like fall in the little
Just
hole.
start
you
over from the beginning.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's it. It's the
Yeah.
same concept, is it not?
Well, Dark Souls is like Souls games is like
In Dark
better
Souls, you have
actually. 'Cause
checkpoints.
it starts from
you have
checkpoints.
bonfires and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have
Here,
Just start
let-
all the
let
way
me-
fucking over if you
The,
need.
Here,
the problem people has is that when you die, you lose your souls, and the souls is what you use to level up and buy stuff and like upgrade weapons and all that.
Here, if
Did you
anything.
play the new Mario on the Switch, the global one?
Oh, Odyssey.
Basically speedrun? No.
Global. Oh, hold on.
Come on, Mario Maker.
I know Mario Maker
Bowser
does.
Fury? No, not Bowser.
There's
Fury.
hold on, let's see. Mario. Wow, if I fucking put this, I wonder what's gonna come up. Mario Switch.
Yo, that's the Mario Switch, bro.
The Mario
Yeah.
Switch.
Mario
What are we
News.
talking about?
Skittles is referring to like a Mario game that is on the Switch that also has the platforming. You lose, you get back over. But I think
Isn't it just deluxe?
Is it?
is
I
it?
don't
Why-
know.
It's got
Yeah,
a
I think
number.
so.
to
It's got a number next to it.
It has to be like Mario Maker and like
I'm
Mar-
pretty sure it's deluxe. It's just Super
No,
Mario
it's-
Deluxe.
Super Mario 35.
Super Mario 35.
There's a you and a bunch of 35 others. Speedrunning level.
Wow. Okay.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't know about this. What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
didn't know about the CD.
So it's no, it looks like that where you're just speed rated but against other people and you could lose your progress like this.
Wow.
Okay. Well then here, I understand the question was, it is primarily pointed at Maniacal regard even though we all didn't answer it. Maniacal, what would you say your take on that is then?
Sorry, take on what I was
The-
really insulting.
Right, exactly. On the idea of what about like the OG Mario games where when you do die and you lose all your progress and that's kind of it? Would that also fall into a category of games that could frustrate you like in the same way the Dark Souls games were, or what is your opinion on them?
My opinion on Mario games is, unlike Dark Souls and stuff, they're not something they're just, for me, Mario games have always been a pick up and play game. Like, if I don't get through the level, fine, whatever, I'm not mad about it. It's not like there's something that, at the end of it. Dark Souls, on the other hand, it's like, oh no, there's something at the end of it. The only way you get to it is if you fucking progress.
Mhm.
I guess, I don't find Mario games hard, though, because they're just platformers and jumping and stuff. Because with that, for me, that's mindless jumping.
Mhm.
Dark Souls and other games like that, they do have like a complexity to them and stuff like that, and it irritates me that it's an interesting game that only a select few can actually get good.
Right. Hence the cult following to it, which usually the people who are in this cult following are the people who have beaten the games, if not progressed very well through the games.
Yeah. With Mario games, there isn't like a smugness of like, oh, you didn't get to World 3-1? Wow, what are you, a scrub? As with Soul-like games where people are just fucking toxic.
So then here, would you say it's less? So here, would you say it's less of the game and more of the player base that the game creates?
I would say it's a mixture of the two.
Okay.
Because you've basically invented the game itself has invented a trial that, you know, not a lot of people can beat. And then, you know, with that trial comes a certain smugness when you beat it.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it was so strengthened in all this.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, with Mario games, no one cares.
Yeah.
But for some reason, Soul-like games, gaming culture has made it a statue of a thing, and where if you can't play a Soul-like game, are you even a gamer? Because they put a certain stigma to the game.
They did that with Mario. That's my whole point now. They figured out a way to toxify it.
Yeah, hence the Mario 35.
Right, yeah, they did find a way to toxify Mario with 35. But Mario is a game where Mario 35, because I did try this. Yes, it's fucking pain in the ass to play, because I hate games that just make it to where you can't just play a game anymore. Now it's a fucking job. Now it's a fucking talent, which irritates me.
Yeah.
And then when you say you've made the attempt, or you just say you don't like the game, people tend to be toxic towards it. So and the game just sucks, for my opinion. Like, it doesn't need to be this fucking gratuitously hard.
Mm-hmm. All right.
There definitely is like that, like super ultra Chad. Like, what do you mean you didn't do All Souls Soul Level 1 no hit run shit? But there's also like, this is my pet peeve with people who play video games. The people who like, they'll play the game, they'll constantly complain about it and like say like shit's broken or jank. But when there's like obvious ways to like play it different or, you know, combat it and like actually win. Like, all right, this is gonna throw a bit of shade here, but when I hear some of y'all play DBD and complain about the killer or the perks, there is a lot of ways you can go around that, like doing like good, you know, loops and like palette sends and shit like that. A good survivor can shit on a killer any day.
Yeah.
Like I firmly believe that like survivors actually have the hand up on killers. Because like a good survivor could just thrash on a good killer any day.
Here then, in that idea, let me introduce this then. Let's say for example in the Dark Souls games, another way of kind of like saying the whole like technically there is a way around them, but it's not in your ideal way that you intended on playing this character. Like for what most people know in the Dark Souls community is that playing typically a spellcaster is the quote unquote easier way to beat the game, due to the fact that you have high damage from a very far range, and with most enemies benefiting from like being up close and personal because they want to. That's just how the game has built them.
There's a major flaw in that though, because in the Souls games, the real good like magic spells are like later in the game. So like sure you'll do a lot of damage, but like the spells aren't that great early on.
Right, but now this is my other addition to that. There are also items that can help circumvent the lack of skill. Hence why it's a thing in Dark Souls 1 where the reason why people take black fire bombs is so that way you can kill the abyssal demon on your first try.
Them shit work.
That's exactly that, right? Black fire bombs. Then like when you're like in Dark Souls 2, I don't recall too much about Dark Souls 2, but at least it felt like Dark Souls 2 boss has like you have a bit of a grind before you get to the tutorial boss of Dark Souls 2. And then when you get to Dark Souls 3 has Udex Gundyr, who on your way up to him, you have to fight a bit of a challenge. and you find fire bombs throughout the area. And another thing is that you can also start with the fire bombs as well. It's the whole
Firebombs always work.
instead of being a get good mentality, you could also just very much say, hey, there's items here and there's items here. In Dark Souls, I don't think Dark Souls really cares whatever your starting item is, because your starting item is probably more or less to give you like a small boost in wherever you're weakest at. So if you're a player who isn't that good, who isn't able to do a lot of the combat mechanics that a lot of seasoned players can do, then you circumvent that with items such as the black fire bombs and the fire bombs you can find that lead up to the tutorial boss. And then from there, once you pass the tutorial, because that is legitimately the only area of these games that forces you to be single player, you can play the game co-op. And Dark Souls 3 is the biggest offender to say that it's hard, because once you do pass the tutorial, you can have not in the previous games you can have up to 2 people to help you, but in Dark Souls 3 you can have up to 3 people to help you entirely AFK from a boss fight altogether.
I get what
Yeah,
you're
those are
saying,
running that.
though.
It's
So
the
sometimes
it's
like
basically
the
phrase
Here,
of
hold
work
on.
smarter,
Wait.
not harder.
Go ahead, Skills.
I understand where Maniacal's coming from, because there's some game experiences that just completely turn you off to it, and it doesn't matter how gentle or nice somebody is trying to help you. It's just, I don't want to fucking deal with that.
Mhm.
And you don't have to.
Exactly.
And that's fine.
But like, it's the phrase "work smarter, not harder" that I think really sticks with games like that.
Yeah. Here.
Also,
Sorry. Go for it.
in Dark Souls 2, when I got in the coffin and then later realized, damn, why do I got titties in Dark Souls 2? I was like, what the fuck?
Here. What was that, Steve?
There's a big caveat to what you said. It's like those things you have to know they exist. You have to know
Right.
what they do. You have to have prior knowledge or some form of knowledge of that.
Mm.
And if you don't
Yeah,
have
that
access
is
to that
assuming
knowledge, then it's just
people
going to be
do
impossible
research.
to do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is assuming that you don't have friends who are playing the Dark Souls games. This is assuming that
Exactly.
like you prefer to, like, there are a lot of people who just, like you said, Dark Souls is one of those games where it's probably best to just go into your first playthrough blind entirely. And going into it blind, you might like, oh, these fire bombs are pretty cool. You use some of them on the enemies in the air to like test them out. You're kind of annoyed by dealing with these enemies, and then you get to the boss fight and you run out of those items that it turns out the reason they supplied you with them was for this person, but you weren't aware of that because it's a blind playthrough and you don't have friends helping you.
Yeah. Like,
Yep.
only later do you realize that if you pick like the starter key item in Dark Souls 1, you can open the door and get the fucking lightning paper to help you with the Taurus demon.
Right?
Yeah.
There's so much that can be said for making the game easier, but just as much as only if you have those available means to know these available avenues to know about them.
Remember the whole Sekiro like debacle that happened when it came out, that people are saying you should have an easy mode? That shit was
Well,
crazy.
that's in general with any From Software game, but I feel like Sekiro was the one that definitely pushed it because there was only one gameplay style to do with Sekiro, whereas in Dark Souls you can do different class options.
I
Yeah.
will say this, like that game was
Maniacal.
aggressive.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Sekiro was hard as hell.
Here's the thing.
Maniacal.
It was aggressive.
Sekiro is a rhythm game.
Maniacal.
Oh,
It
yeah,
is.
Maniacal?
It is.
You're in the same like age group that I am, and you kind of remember growing up gaming that we didn't have guides, we didn't have the internet really to figure out our shit, we didn't have book code cheat codes we can go out to a store and buy. We had to figure all that shit out for ourselves.
Mhm.
So the mentality that we're coming from is that we're coming from being a loner gamer,
Yeah.
sitting at home just fucking around trying to figure shit out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but and that's my mentality towards these games is when you had to figure shit out, it was at least fair. Dark Souls has the tendency to be kind of fucking cheap at times.
Right.
But when making the stance about having an easy mode, I don't fucking care if Dark Souls doesn't have a hard, easier mode, because it's not. There's really no story to be told. As for a game that has fucking story and has like narrative and stuff that some people probably like really want to be into that story, but they don't have the gameplay experience. That to me is fucking bullshit. To make someone suffer through shit when they just want a story.
Mhm.
You know,
If
like
sorry, go for it.
and it. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
It
To me,
sucks.
it's like-
Oh, sorry, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks to have like a really good story because in the development process you fucked someone over. You rob someone of having their story told to a group of people that can't hear it because of a certain reason.
Right. It's how do I put it? There's something to be said about this as well, because just as this whole, it robs you of this. Funny enough, I think I recall that according to the developers, the other intention of the game is to understand that the world sucks, and so this whole constantly being beaten down is an aspect of the game that's meant to, like, if you're having such a hard time and your only way to get better is to persevere and keep going, that is both a flaw and an intentional thing from them to maintain the atmosphere here. And on top of this, whenever like someone, like, it's the whole what's the word for, where there's like you can't count for the exceptions in the overall. There's a better term for that. But sorry, not one shoe doesn't fit all. When you say like you're locking people off from this, and then people like to showcase videos of like, look at this. There's this person who was locked off from a lot of things due to their disability, but they managed to beat Dark Souls. And so I like, as much as I always think that that's really cool to see that, it's still along the lines of you can't just show the one person who did that when there's a grand populace of people who can't do that.
I mean, at this point, you mean someone.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. On my side, my thing has gone. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do.
Yeah. Okay. But that's what I mean. Is a lot of people are like, well, we can't cater to the majority of people who, when we no, it's not about catering. It's not about playing favorites. It's not about people whine and get what they want. No, it's about equality. Like, not equality. What am I trying to make?
Egalitarianism or equity. I'm not sure.
I guess here, not equality, but accessibility.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what. It's a form of accessibility, because there's people out there who like a very challenging and brutal game. Like, for me, there are games where I'll play on the hardest difficulty because the game has engrossed me enough to where I want to play on that hardest difficulty.
Mm.
But when a game doesn't even give me a chance to see if I even like it or anything like that, and just beats you down immediately from the get-go, it's like, it's daunting. It's just like, oh, okay, well, fuck this game then.
All right.
I mean, I don't know. I understand that, but like, I feel like that's how FromSoft makes their games. They make it to fit the tone of the game. And okay, there are some very frustrating points, especially Dark Souls 2. You ever fucking try to go through Shrine of Amana for the first time, dude? Fuck that area. I hate it so much, dude. Gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Slogging your way through like water, trying not to fall down into like to drown while like magic's being shot at you 24/7. Oh my god, that's so annoying.
Here to kind of move the topic along, but I understand, Nix, did you provide one as to a video game that you don't enjoy as much as the populace does?
Oh, I haven't.
I have one, yeah. It's BioShock Infinite.
Okay.
Damn, how could you?
And the main reason why I don't like it is the plot. Like the whole twist behind the plot, more specifically.
Here, go ahead. I know you're not the only one who is in this. BioShock Infinite is worse than the previous BioShocks.
Yeah.
Yep, there she is.
Yep.
Fuck, Infinite, man. It's nice. It's a fun playthrough, but Jesus, what the fuck?
Yeah, you were Comstock the whole time. Whoa.
Yeah, it just felt like really pretentious and contrived. I'm not gonna lie.
BioShock's actually really weird, timey-wimey shit. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Trying to understand it, I actually got a nosebleed from it.
Bruh.
Oh my god.
I
Bioshock
actually got a
is,
nosebleed from it. I was like, what the fuck?
You're getting a
Bioshock
nosebleed because
Elizabeth.
the psychic energy. It's like
Yeah.
those movies where you're so psychic you're fucking breaking your own body.
Yeah.
I was like,
All right.
yo, I better not be getting no superpowers from this. What the fuck?
So here, was it here? Hi. I didn't want to skip out on you. Go ahead. What would you say yours is?
Halo 3.
Halo
That
3.
shit got boring real fast.
Halo 3?
Yeah, Halo 3. That
Damn.
shit just got boring. I felt like a fucking brick trying to move around in that game. Just people have said like the later games got bad. I thought it got better.
I actually can agree with Hive on that one.
I guess we have more more of the minority here than we do the majority. But here, so we've understood that every single one of us has things that we don't like in video games and things that we do like in video games. If you guys were to say that there were, let's say, certain without saying the genre, what would you guys say are certain aspects of a video game that like are either things that draw you into it or things that keep you into it? For example, me, one thing is progression. Having a nice progression table, and not just in how far you can grow, but how much variety there is in it. Hence why one of my favorite things about Dungeons and Dragons is just the overall variety of not only can you level up all the way to level 20 in a class, you can multi-class, you can take different feats, you can pick different races, you can still choose different weapon proficiencies or what weapon you want to be wielding and so forth. It is a multitude of varieties that in a lot of games really pull me into it. Like Hades is an example of a game where, because each weapon has 4 different variants that have slightly different variations, it provides a skill that you're not only gaining in that weapon, but it also gives you this is how you like to use this weapon. This is the aspect that you like using with it to really hone in this is the way I really want to play the game. So then it would be that. 2. As much as you know, I've played games that have had like pixel quality, and I've played games that have had high res quality. The visuals themselves don't need to be crisp, but they need to appeal to me in some way. Whether or not it's scratching my dark fantasy itch, whether or not whether or not the colors are making the serotonin in my brain go off very well, or whether or not the visuals are just funny to me to like be the immediate catch. The game needs to be just visually appealing to whatever I want, though. And if I were to do the last one, I think in general open world games always have some sort of draw to me. It's nice to know that you don't have to go on the beaten path and you can just stray off and go and see the fleshed out open world. It sucks when the open world has nothing to provide, and it's part of why I'm not that. I played after playing Breath of the Wild and after having it for some time. Breath of the Wild has a boring open world. It is there.
I'll fight you.
You'll fight me. It's look at all this. Look at all this vast nothing.
Look at all this
vast
grass.
land. There's nothing but grass.
Look at the grass.
Exploration.
Open worlds, you have to at least have some kind of goals that aren't too far apart, and then in between there has to be a balance of things that you can
Right.
There's no
I don't mind if an area of an open world is intentionally if an area of the open world is intentionally made to have nothing due to an event, tell me more about that. I understand that in Breath of the Wild, the whole idea is that Ganon has been around for some time, and so due to that, there's not a lot of people on the roads. There's not a lot of towns that are really settled other than the 4 major ones. And so when you travel from location to location, the shrines are kind of your main way of seeing something new. But the shrines are just mini dungeons, and the main visuals come from the unique atmosphere that each of the towns provides, the unique dungeons, as well as some specific areas. If you take me to the Gerudo Desert, there are only relatively 3 things in the Gerudo Desert that stand out to me outside of the camel in the town. And then other than that, it's just you're exploring lots of vast nothing. And so I don't mind if there's an area in the game that's intentionally meant to have nothing that has a story that like explains why. But when the entire game feels like there's nothing going on with it outside of like small little snippets, it loses my appeal. And while it is open world, it's not the open world I want.
I love listen, like I
I
said, I
know.
will fight you. I just love exploring. I don't care if there's nothing there. I'll still go there. I just like looking at stuff. But I
Okay,
guess to
so
answer the question real quick, I got mine pretty quickly.
Okay.
Character customization, which also goes into fashion. I want my character to look pretty cool, pretty epic.
Okay.
You know, and I guess this is different, but like, well, no, combat too. Combat and style. Because I don't know, it's just uh going back to Katana Zero. There's not like character customization, but dude, the combat in the game is fucking. It's quick, it's fast, and it's like fun. To give you like, I guess like an example, like yeah, if you get hit once, you're dead, and if you hit an enemy once, they're dead, and it can go really fast. So say I open the door, usually you fight criminals and cops. Open a door, the cop shoots the shotgun. I reflect the shotgun pellets back with my katana. I kill him, jump over the cop with the riot shield, kill the cop, and then I kick open the other door, and it has like a bomb on the other side, and it has like barrels too, and that clears the whole room, and then I just move on. Like
Okay.
I just killed like 20 people in like 2 seconds.
So it's not so much that like the combat has to not only be good, it has to also, I guess, in the sense, feel good. Like
Feel good, yes.
there's a lot of like like one thing that
That's why I love platinum games so much. Because
right.
the combat just feels good.
I guess adding on to this point, it's part of what like Skyrim does not have good combat.
I hope they change that.
Skyrim does not.
Skyrim does not have good combat because when you're playing a melee build, there's a lot of like slash, and then when you realize you can just take a step back, and the enemy has and if you catch the enemy like in their animation, you can take a step back to avoid it, go back in, step back, go back in, step back, go back in. Magic is probably one of the most underused aspects of Skyrim since the game. There's a reason why people build into Stealth Archer. It's because the game leans towards Stealth Archer. The game leaned towards finish them, move on.
That's why
Yeah, you
I
can't
love
like
Monster
do
Hunter.
stealth with magic.
That's why I
Magic
love
always
Monster
gives you
Hunter
away for some
World so
reason.
much is because
if
I
you-
can look good and the combat is so fun. I don't know what it is about like the heavy bow gun. It just feels so good to use, dude.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's like they feels bad. They nerfed some of the ammo on it, so it's not super OP anymore. But it's still fun to use.
Mhm. And then, so those are your two aspects. Did you have another one?
Um, damn, fuck.
If not, then that's fine. I myself had 3.
Yeah, I've got.
I'm sure I'll think about it. I'll like remember it
Here.
after everyone.
Yeah, go
says their
for it,
piece.
Maniacal.
So for me, a good way for a game to hook me and keep me is, it's got to have like 3. These are like my top 3 things it needs to have. That's a good narrative, good combat, and elements that make me feel immersion.
Mhm.
There it is immersion.
So you need a world that it really pulls you in and makes you connect to not only the character, but just you feel like you yourself are a part of the world.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's why I like, and that brings me to Breath of the Wild. That's the reason why I like Breath of the Wild, is it has a narrative. It's a vague narrative, but it is there nonetheless, and it's a strong one. Like, it keeps me wanting to go, like, I gotta find my memories, I gotta beat all these things, like, I want to continue the narrative. It also has really great combat and gameplay. I love everything about it, and I get immersed. Like, I love all the environments in Breath of the Wild, and I love just being in them. I love just running around. I don't have shit to do, but that's that just plays to me because I love just roaming environments like that.
Mhm.
I can go in real life and just hike a valley that has absolute jack shit in it and hike to a mountain and then climb it, and I'm perfectly fucking content.
Mhm.
I can't do that often because of my knees. That's probably why I do love Breath of the Wild, is Breath of the Wild gives me some way to do something I can't do anymore in real life.
Right,
and
right.
and that's why I love games. And I also love Mass Effect for the same reason, is it's got a narrative. I love the game. I love the gameplay, and I get invested. Like I get immersed. Like I get bonded to characters. Like I cried in Mass Effect 2 when I fucked up the suicide mission and I lost my bro Garrus. I felt bad. I was like, I did that. That was my fault. So when a game does that for me, and that's probably why I don't. That's probably another reason why I don't like Dark Souls games. The narratives suck. There's really no narrative to keep me in. The combat bugs the fuck out of me, and I just don't feel immersed.
Right, like
So
let's say if we're using an example, Dark Souls 1, you can entirely like not talk to the NPCs, losing the only sense of narrative, which is entirely optional to listen to, and just go straight and wander around. And by wandering around, you realize I'm not supposed to go here because the enemies killed me. I'm not supposed to go here because the enemies killed me. I guess I'm supposed to go here because the enemies are killable here.
Yeah, and that just takes away my immersion. Like,
Mhm.
like I don't feel like a badass warrior in Dark Souls. I just don't feel any connection to my character. I'm like, why do I care about this raisin looking fuck?
Right.
Like,
So
why do I give a shit?
if anything, let's see. Nick, Steve, Rogue, and Skittles. What about you guys when it comes to aspects of a video game that you look for?
Well, for me, I look for challenging gameplay, first of all.
Okay.
Like, if I'm not challenged, like, I just get bored with the game and, like, drop it after a while.
Mhm.
And what else? Also, has a good gameplay loop as well, so I don't, like, get bored, like, playing it over and over again.
So, here, by gameplay loop, let me know a little bit more about that. What is it you're referring to specifically?
Like, something, like, it has, like,
Good
it's like
replay
something
value?
like Doom Eternal, you know? Like, you have, like, the same, like, kind of like gameplay loop. You like switch weapons, shoot the demons and all that, but it's like fun, you know, because like the variety of demons you can kill,
Right.
and the variety of situations that make you like think on the fly and stuff. And I'm guessing the third one would be character customization.
Okay. You like being able now. Out of curiosity, for those who have said character customization so far, is it because you like making your characters like? I know there's people who when they make characters look like themselves, or is it more like because you want to be able to fulfill whatever I guess like whatever niche you're looking for at the time being?
I just want to make something that looks cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks cool, and the looks like myself doesn't really matter because I'm wearing a helmet most of the time, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Character customization would be more of like you want to have a say in the story, so customizational characters kind of helps with that because you're like, this is my character. I am the. It's not used per se, but my character is the story. Like I am telling my story through this character.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about Rogue, Steve, and Skittles? You guys, when it comes to video game aspects?
Well, I do like a good puzzle. I also like to start punching people.
So
I do like fighting games, but I do actually want to use my head, like throwing a bunch of combos, make sure everything's fine. But on the same side, I do like the story as well.
So we're looking at good combat, something games that make you actually use your head, whether or not it's for puzzles or it's for actually in like combo inputs and so forth, and an overall good narrative.
Yeah.
All right. And
But
whatever.
then again, it's kind of hard to find because, well, we had different games like Batman, the Arkham series, fighting games. puzzle solving games, but nothing that actually has like all three. I played Absolver, but that was just
That game
terrible.
died too fast,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that thing did die too fast.
Unfortunate.
I was so hyped for that game too. It
It
was,
was so cool. It was like, damn, died
Man.
real
yeah, and it
fast.
really turned to
Um,
ass.
what was it? Almost died as fast as Anthem fanboys.
Oof, got him.
It really feels because that game could have been pretty good, but it just wasn't.
Here we go. Let's see. Skittles need a good movement system, one that has rhythm or flow. When Assassin's Creed came out, it was fun as fuck. I can agree to that.
Oh yeah, that's like
Yeah.
the what was it? That was what Prince of Persia: Sands of Time was like for me as well. Like yeah, like
Didn't
really good
Arkham?
movement
Wait,
and
like I
combat.
said, didn't the Arkham series have this too?
Yeah, they
Full
did as
movement.
well.
Arkham series, oh, and Spider-Man games, of course. The
Yeah,
Arkham series and
Spider-Man.
the Arkham series and Spider-Man games, where it's just the sense of movement is probably some of the most fun when you're playing in the especially like Arkham City is probably one of the best examples of this, where like you can dive bomb and then unfurl your wings and just completely swoop back up and just glide over aspects of the city. Spider-Man game, same thing. One of the biggest strengths that turned into an entire meme was, man, the new Spider-Man game, it makes you really feel like Spider-Man. And the aspect that they're talking about is the web slinging, because of the fact that it's very momentum based. When you're letting go of your web either in the middle of your arc, you're gonna use that to propel yourself forward, whereas ending your web at the height of your arc is made to maintain to gain altitude. So you're looking at altitude gains versus movement gains, and you'll need to do this combination of them. You'll find areas that you can web to just do a quick leap off of to continue your arcs as you're going throughout the entire game. Their movement is so huge in a lot of games, and for some games, movement can be the entire game, and it can be enough to carry the game throughout it all. And some games, movement doesn't really matter too much, but it's because there's other aspects that can carry it through, such as combat, and even in combat, like in the Arkham games, there's a combat flow where like Batman kind of like sticks to his next enemy. You push the punch button, Batman's going to tell, like, he's gonna his fist is gonna magnetize to someone's face. Let's see. And what about you, Steve? The last one.
Definitely a good narrative. I don't think, like, for me, I can't play a game without a good story. Even if it's like Dark Souls and stuff, I think it's just fun to hack and slash, but like, if I really like the game, it needs to have a good story. It has to have a decent story. If it's a
So
shitty story, then it's gonna suck.
what would you say at least is a good example of like a good narrative then?
Huh,
Like, let's say for example, there's some games where, like, the narrative is the primary part of the story, and there's some games where the narrative is good enough that it still pulls you along.
so I'll give you an example. Witcher is probably one of the best games because of the side stories are fantastic. Even the fucking side stories are fantastic. And it's hard to find a game like that where they have enjoyable side quests, or side quests are actually bearable, or they're even more entertaining sometimes than the main quest. Like it's hard pressed to find like a typical RPG game with that aspect. Why? Because they do exactly what they usually make you find shit. Oh, please collect this item for me, and it's like it's literally just grabbing random shit. It's literally stupid. But yeah, I think it's one of the more enjoyable things when you have a good narrative. So that
Mhm.
way the flow of the story is a lot better.
Okay.
It has to have a good combat system too, because obviously if you don't like what you're doing, it's gonna be a shitty game.
Hence, would you say Witcher would be another example of that, being this type of game?
Fantastic game. Very versatile. Combat system is, I mean, it's flexible. You could go in as like premeditated. You could think about how you're gonna go at it, or you could go in balls deep, or you could be a little, little wuss in the background, just throwing shit, shooting shit,
Mhm.
magic arrows, whatever have you, bombs. So yeah, like it's pretty versatile. So I think combat, narrative, and I think progression. I think that's one of the biggest things that I would say.
Mhm.
If I don't feel like I'm progressing, like becoming stronger as a character, then it's not gonna be fun.
Mhm.
Like I think the same thing. Witcher, God of War, God of War is in like the PS4 one, not the older
Right.
hack
I
and
love
slash ones.
God of War PS4. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game. It's a great story. Like
Yeah, I love
it's
this one.
versatile too. So it's yeah. There's a lot of different elements, but I would say those three would probably be the biggest ones. And progression, I also think also has to do with customer characterization too. Like I want to see my character look a certain way. So obviously, if he goes from like, let's say, just like a mediocre looking character, and then later on you gotta equip him how you want. Like one of my biggest critiques about games is if I can't see the sword that I'm putting on, or if I can't see the armor I'm putting on, I'm gonna be annoyed. If my character sprites look exactly the fucking same, I'm not playing that game. It's like if there's a cool looking, I don't know, piece of armor and I put it on and he doesn't change that armor, I'm done with the game. It's a make or break sometimes.
I don't know why. When you say like, for some reason, hearing the whole like progress, right? Like you go from weenie to like something big. It made me think of the way like mobile game apps are like, look at this. You start as like peasant and then you go from like peasant to knight and then from knight to king and then from king to god. It just like made me think of like progression in that aspect.
Well, shit, yeah. I guess the fuck so.
Right?
Makes
They,
sense, doesn't
they
it?
they hear this and that's how they target the ads towards you.
Oh fuck yeah. Sell me, boy. I pay to play.
All right, all right. I mean, for the most part, here, I don't think I really have any other like major questions unless any of you guys can think of one last one to end us off with.
So I think I could. Like we've talked about a lot of gaming, but obviously we talk a lot about tabletop gaming, and I guess we could like get the question is like, where the fuck did we start like with tabletop? Like when did we and how was it and like
That's
what's different
that
like from now than back then?
that's a pretty good one. Here, I'll at least put this out. As much as I've built a lot of the streams based off of my Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Dungeons and Dragons never really started for me until technically my last year of high school was when I tried it. My friend at the time, it was only me and him who were interested in it, and so I took the very first adventure, Lost Mines of Fendover, and I was like, oh, I guess there's only two of us, so I'll be the DM and you can be the player. I ran a single level 1 character against 4 goblins, and he got his ass handed to him and died. And it's just like, he's like, did I do something wrong? And it's like, no, that's what the book says here. Like, this is you. The goblins come out, they ambush you, and you fight them. Um, and then the next time I actually gave it a legitimate try with a little bit more thought put into it and how to run it more homebrew based was actually with Steve and a few other friends of ours. And it was after this kind of whole like homebrew stuff that it just really it took off there. One it led from me just from that game. Once we kind of finished that storyline, me, Steve, and another friend of ours who you guys would remember from the old Friday group, George, we would take turns where it was one of the three of us would DM and the other two would be players. And man, was that like some of our most experimental times going through D&D, because we took up like homebrew classes. We did like really stupid meme monster stuff. I hate a specific NPC that Steve here made called Anuj. Oh my god, it irked me to no end. Fucking hater. Hold on. What was this? I remember there was an NPC he made that like he was supposed to be a play on Grage from League of Legends, but instead of smoking his cigars, he would just like gobble down his cigars.
What?
Yeah. It was fucking
The finest,
nothing but the finest NPCs. You can thank him for a lot of what you guys might encounter and what helped for me. But what about just over the years, learning the game, taking more of it into myself, and then jumping from homebrew to homebrew, it finally led to me just absorbing enough knowledge that I felt confident that whatever I would run, sure, I'm not going to run perfectly, but my confidence isn't so much in running it perfectly. It's in how fast can I adapt and how fast can I educate. Even if I don't have the rule, I'll just play the rule of cool. And then it just came to a point where I found that I wanted to make my stories something that people would enjoy. Better yet, not that something people would enjoy. I enjoyed my game so much, I wanted to show the chaoticness that happens in some of our games, and that's what inspired me to actually like kind of really take up streaming more seriously. And so then I set a schedule to myself. I started putting my games up, and then before I knew it, I was part of the server where we all met, and I just started. You know what? I'm just gonna find people and let's form groups. Let's play games. And now we have 4 games that we run a week. We have a talk show that we run every Friday, and if a game doesn't come up, then we'll do a talk show to replace it. And tabletop used to be something when I was a kid where it's just let's play Monopoly, let's play Yahtzee or whatever, to Dungeons and Dragons. And then the other aspect that took me to know that there's more tabletop games than Dungeons and Dragons was a friend of mine named Tim, and he introduced a world of like board games. That's how I was introduced to Betrayal at House on the Hill, and man, is that one of my most favorite games. It's how I looked into Tabletop Simulator to like go through the workshop and just pick up a board game and try it out. And now tabletop games are some of my biggest, is like a huge aspect of my life that matters to me like just as much as video games, if not more. And so that was my progression of going from just Monopoly and Yahtzee kid to loving Dungeons and Dragons and loving to make content for it. What about the rest of you as far as your guys' progression of tabletop stuff?
5 years ago. Oh, you go first.
You sure have?
Yeah.
So for me, tabletops have always been something I've been really into. They probably were something I did way more of in my younger years, because I loved games like Munchkins, like just card games like Uno and stuff, Monopoly, and they were just always something I could always play with anyone. They didn't need to understand like a controller. You know, you could just go, hey, let's play this game where we roll these dice and we move these characters. And I was able to play with like grandparents, aunts, uncles, friends, anything that could kill time. It was great, especially like when I would go camping and stuff and I didn't have like power and stuff. Tabletop games were like the best source. And then, you know, as I got older, I started finding other tabletop games like what is the one game we were playing Skittles the other night with in Tabletop Simulator with the cute little animals?
Oh, Slay something.
Yeah, Blaze.
Yeah.
It's made by the guys who did Unicorns.
Here to slay.
Here to Slay, yes. That's one of those games that I really love. As for games like D&D and Pathfinder, I didn't get really into those. Yes, see, games like this, Hero to Slay. These kind of tabletop games are so fucking fun, and they were kind of games that I grew up with playing, as well as video games. But it was just like, okay, use this card to do this card, and this card to do this card. Simple enough. And these are just like really fun games that you can get a group of people with, play, and you know, the only malicious intent is the one that you forge yourself. So depending on how many friends you're willing to lose.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
And for D&D, I didn't get into D&D until college. And this happened when I was living in Arizona, going to the Art Institute, and my buddy who was going into game development was like, "Hey, would you like to help us do a homebrew of Mass Effect board game type D&D thing?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, I'm down for that. Why not?" And that was probably the funnest thing. I was like, "This is based off of D&D, right?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I gotta get more of this." And I couldn't find anyone to play with until I joined the server that we all met in. And someone was like, "Hey, you got time on Saturday?" I'm like, "I got all the time in the world on Saturday." Before I started school again. Now it's like, I gotta make the time.
Mm-hmm.
which I do every Saturday. I try to do every Saturday.
Yes. You can all catch our games on Saturdays tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Go ahead, continue.
And I really like D&D. D&D is it's a game. It literally is a game that hits all my things that get me invested in a game. It's got good narrative. I like the gameplay, and it's immersive. So I get really invested in D&D because I have a character. I'm part of this world. I've noticed that I'm not a big fan of the pre-builds. The pre-builds are a little
A little railroady.
like I don't necessarily quite like them. I prefer homebrew to where, you know, our glorious DM has a little more free range to just make shit up on the fly. As for these pre-builds, he's kind of stuck to a story that's here. You know, he can't really. You know, he's kind of got a script he's got to work with.
Mm.
And I'm finding that those ones, like, yeah, there's a narrative and I'm getting engrossed. Like, I still feel like compelled to play. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, but I do find myself getting bored at times to where I'm like, I'm kind of bored.
Right. It's not the can I do this? Sure. Let's just go off the beaten path where there's typically a plot that you have to stick to because it's written for you to stick to it rather than something you stick to yourself.
I can't have fun with like NPCs and stuff like that. Like, and when I play like games like Breath of the Wild, Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Skyrim, Mass Effect, I understand why I can't, where I have like selected options and stuff. Like it's a pre-built thing. I've got like all these things. It's limited. For D&D, it's pretty much like we're on the spot. We're making the game as we go. Fuck it.
All right.
Have all the fun with the NPCs as you want.
I like this. I like the progression and how it led into what you have today. What about anyone else?
So I've been playing tabletop for about like 5 years. I started with Pathfinder, and admittedly, I still like Pathfinder more than 5e, but 5e's good, but it'll never top Pathfinder. I remember like my first like games. It was like I never got hooked to something so quickly before until like I played tabletop games. Like, fuck, dude, this shit hits, bro. It's just fun. I'd say I'm definitely a fiend for tabletop. I can't get enough of it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but I
really
guess like,
hi,
yeah,
can I ask, what's the major difference between Pathfinder and V5 that makes Pathfinder better? Because I honestly don't know anything about Pathfinder.
Well, here's one aspect that I can answer as well because of just me looking into Pathfinder as well. 5th edition is overly simple. It's so simple that just about anyone can jump into it without too crazy of an explanation. And whereas 5th edition, a lot of the faults that people give it is that due to the fact that it's too simple, there's not a lot of, how do I put it, what Pathfinder has. Pathfinder is extremely detailed. You can there's roles that allow you to know how well your armor that you craft is, like to the most minute detail. It's Pathfinder allows you to do just about everything, whereas 5th edition, because it's so simple, we kind of need to make up rules on the fly about how we want to run things. And it's not to say that 5th edition is bad. In fact, I myself enjoy the fact that it's so simple. I can just bend the rules how I want them rather than sticking to the specifics that Pathfinder has.
That's the big thing with Pathfinder, though, is they have a set universe. You have to play by that rule.
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily.
Shut up, Pathfinder fanboy.
I just Pathfinder. It has so many classes and race. Oh, I actually 5e has more races now. If I'm correct.
Yes.
Than Pathfinder has.
Have you played
Because of like
2nd edition or 3rd edition at all?
I've only played a bit. of like. Well, I played a bit of 3.5, which is basically Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That
based off of third edition, like heavily.
mhm.
Yeah.
And hence why like now Pathfinder has a second edition of Pathfinder, which is even more detailed than previously, and it's crazy.
I hate Pathfinder Second Edition. It's too streamlined.
Mhm.
Too simple.
Oh here.
Um,
Go ahead. Keep going.
I don't know. I think Second Edition Pathfinder is bad. I
So
think it's bad, and some people share the same sentiment I do. That I don't know if they can make anything better than First Edition
so
because
what you're
like
saying
everything's there and like it's up to the DM, like, and usually like DMs for Pathfinder are very lenient and are willing to like have the fun.
the point of okay, so Hive, you're confusing me here. You're mad because Pathfinder Second Edition is too simple. That's too streamlined. It's too.
It's boring. There you
It's
go.
boring.
There we go.
But pretty much what you're saying is, you like Pathfinder DMs because they're willing to just go off script and say fuck all these complicated
Yeah,
shit
because
and just
first
have
edition.
fun.
Well, no, because okay,
But
well,
Second Edition just makes it where you can do that a lot easier.
no, first edition.
Allow us to calm
First
down.
edition is very wild, and it's very crunchy. But once you like get into it and learn it, like a lot of shit in first edition is fucking broken as all hell. And it's fun making characters in like first edition Pathfinder and leveling them up. But
Mhm.
with like second edition, I remember like playing it before it was like actually released, and it just I don't know, it lacks that
Here,
feeling that
it
first edition had.
if I may,
It's
would you say
too
the
simple
argument
to me.
would you say the argument to why you don't like second edition to first edition is the same way how people who play 3.5 edition don't like fifth edition?
Yeah, you can put it like that.
Yeah, there we go.
Which would mean I still don't understand.
It means that fifth edition and second edition Pathfinder are more streamlined, and it's not as crunchy. And due to the fact that it's more streamlined, it's more balanced and not as broken as previous editions could get you to be.
Well, to me, fifth edition has gotten better the more they put out. They've given me more of what I want. Because before I didn't like fifth edition that much, but the more stuff they put out, the more I liked it.
Mhm.
And I think I've liked it the most than ever before with all this new shit that's been coming out.
Right, especially with
The
like
problem with
the horror
Pathfinder
stuff.
second edition is just there's not enough stuff.
Okay, well that's it's also still fairly new. I think it's only like a few years old now.
I know, I'm just.
I know you're angry
It's
because editions
repetitive
changed.
too. It's just repetitive too.
Here, let's go ahead and see. What about Rogue, Nick, Steve, Skittles? When it comes to your life with tabletop games rather than just video games.
Also, I love the social aspect of tabletop games.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I've only really dabbled in them with like
let's see,
friends and
the old-
family.
let's see, the oldest
Wasn't
tabletop
really
game.
that much into it.
Here, hold on, hold on.
Clue.
Hold on.
That was always fun for me.
Yeah. So that was your primary source of tabletop gaming before D&D.
Before D&D, before Hero to Slay, before what was that other game called? Cards of Humanity. Before just about everything else. Clue was the first game I ever actually got into.
Mm-hmm.
The first tabletop game I played was Life, and I don't want to talk about Life.
Let's not talk about Life.
I don't want
right?
to talk
We're just
about that
gonna
game
leave-
ever
we're gonna
again.
leave that out because we know how Life should just fuck anyone over.
I only collected debt last time I played Life.
Let's play it. We'll play it again soon. We'll fix that.
No,
But
no.
here,
No.
Nixon, you were saying something as well.
No, I was just saying I never really dabbled much into like tabletop games like before I got like like tabletop simulator and D&D and stuff like that. But my favorite one was Monopoly though. I play with friends and family because I'd always be good at it.
Yeah, I already know your mentality. You play Monopoly because you enjoy bankrupting other people, don't you?
Oh my God.
There it is. Yeah. That's what I fucking expect out of you. Well, Steve, I know we've known each other for a bit of time, but what about you as far as like board games and tabletop games before we met? Same thing.
What about them?
Just like was it just like your standard family friend stuff, or was like what was your progression as far as that went?
That's a weird question. What do you mean by that?
Like in the same way like most of us are at some point. When did we get into things that were just more than Monopoly, more than more than Risk, the type of tabletop games that were really innovative, and even further than that, like role play games like Dungeons and Dragons? When did it shift for you? Probably is the better term.
Uh, I don't know.
What was it when I introduced it to you guys, or were you introduced it beforehand, like through Tim?
um, I'm not sure if I played it with Tim first or with you first. I thought it was Tim, but I'm not sure actually. No, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
All right, but so that's pretty much then from there. Would you say it was the progression has been D&D? I know it's been a hot minute since we've played, and I've like and I would love to be able to get you onto one of our games, but at least what was your thoughts going through it when you were playing it?
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and I think all
It's a
this.
drug.
Oh, it's a drug. Let's
Yeah.
see. At least we can all agree that 4th edition was hot garbage. Yes, Skittles. Yes, we can. But I think for the most part that should be it. We have had the stream going on for a little bit of time, so I'm gonna go ahead and give the stream a call here. Thank you everyone so much for tuning on in. It's always a pleasure having you all join and watch us. And if you enjoyed today's content, be sure to support the channel by following and subscribing on Twitch. For any more stream notifications, possible chances to participate in content polls, follow my Twitter and join the Undead Legion in Discord. And for any previous stream VODs, check out the XenoLich YouTube channel. Be safe and have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, yo.
Night, everybody.
Do we use
Thanks
best
for
console
stopping
ever?